morning, good morning, good morning. I feel like shit. What's up? What's up? What's up? Sorry, I am having a little bit of a fever, lupus related, so thank God I'm not sick. But yeah, I'll be kicking it right here for a few hours. So, I decided that um I wake up every morning, but I wake up at 2 o'clock every morning without an alarm. My body just wakes up. So that's usually when I take time to like do research, go through my notes. If I see something online and I'm like, it's something different that I've never seen on cases outside of Texas and here in Houston. Sorry, I'm putting the tripod on my bed. Hold up. Is it working? Yes. All right. So, I wake up every morning, watch all the news outlets that I love, and then I take notes on the cases that I am intrigued by. And again, I like to work with missing children and women. And the reason for that is, no offense to other people, my indigenous people and my Mexican people, yeah, they go missing in crazy numbers, especially in Montana. But when you live in these hot metropolitan cities, you see a lot of crime against children, against women, and you can literally sit at these hot spots and the cops are there. They're watching it. But the cops don't want the foot soldiers, if you will. The cops want the foot soldiers to lead them to the big guy. Prosecutions ain't going to work with just a little bit. Okay, well, you know what? We're not going to be able to get him on this. Pretty much like the Diddy trial. That shit show. I'm looking at my notes, and my husband has always told me, he has an asterisk out everywhere. Talk about the Diddy case. I got so sick of the Diddy case. So these are things that I do every morning from 2 to 4. And then I get my husband off to work. And by that, I mean I roll over, say good morning, because at that point I'm going back to sleep. Roll over, say good morning. Have a nice day. But this is what I do again every morning. Why am I telling you about what I just did? Because it applies to every case. Every case is cases are like life. They're not linear. They have ebbs and flows. And if the law and crime in the background, I just realized I forgot to turn the volume down. Ew. Sarah Ferguson's on the TV. I had to wait. I'm not going to stare at her in the background. That family is thrown off. Anyways, so the reason I told you this random story, it's how I approach what the subjects that I'm about to talk about. And I'm trying not to get kicked off TikTok. So while I don't agree, and if y'all report me, I'm just going to block you, and I need to change my keywords because I am a true crime podcaster. I do not believe in using desensitized words. People need to be uncomfortable. Parents need to be severely precautious of their children. My 18-year-old and 21-year-old, they want to go to the fucking rodeo here in Houston. I begged the 21-year-old not to go. And I told the 18-year-old, you still live here. No, do not go. What happened this morning in the news? The rodeo has been canceled because of, and it wasn't just because of like the terroristic threats you're seeing around the country right now. And so awful, so awful. Prayers go out to all families. It wasn't like that. It was, we're going back to the 90s. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Houston, the hub of where our stadiums are, with the exception of the baseball park, but all of our stadiums for everything, it's an arena. Do concerts, rodeos, whatever you want there. In the 90s, you could not go to the rodeo. You were taking a chance on getting hurt with some objects. And it was very dangerous. And the people were just vanishing. Anyways, it's horrible. But where the arena is, Astro World used to be, the amusement park used to be directly across the street. And then we had Waterworld. Well, that's why Travis Scott, he's from here. Anybody who's anybody has been to freaking Astro World. We miss it. Rest in peace. I didn't really care for the water park. But Waterworld, people liked it. So anyways, what does this all mean? It means I want to give you just a little taste of what Houston is like if you're not here. If you're not from here. Or you don't live here. Let me tighten this motherfucker. Sorry. I'm just going to hold the feet. We have, much like New York, instead of boroughs, we have wards. And they're doing a lot to pick up the wards, clean them up, but they're dispersing those people to the streets and building 3-story condos that now these people don't have a place to live. And on top of that, we have right now another case I'm working with here locally on top of David's case, because that's where we're going with this. Our body count in our waterways is so bad that, how do you say this? It's not, our water is not safe at this point. They're getting to the point where they've already told us, don't go into any bayous, stay away from the area. And we have this park downtown, Eleanor Park. It's off of this wonderful, magnificent street called Allen Parkway. Long story short, this is where the mecca of athletes are, celebrities. If you're anybody who's anybody that can actually run and look cute doing it, you're over there on that trail. They're shutting down everything. And our stupid mayor keeps saying, much like the LAPD, much like Pima County, nothing to see over here. Nothing to see. These people were drunk. They fell into the water. What? We're all like on our chats. And I'm just like, what the fuck is he talking about? Well, now our body count is almost up to 300. And people like me, Quanell X, who represents the African community here, very, very gnarly dude. I love him. I usually come out and protest and for my causes and joining others in support. And then I was like, okay, we're going to get a break. And I'm like, cool. And then Giselle Bryant from The Real Housewives of Potomac, her family is from here. And her dad was best friends with Martin Luther King. Yeah, the senior. And his wife took everything in the estate, took the money. Anyways, they're building a park over here for him in the ward where they grew up. And because he was a civil rights leader, meaning Martin Luther King's number one, that friendship is now going to save that ward. And they got a grant to go in there and put all of those dispersed people out of our convention center and into these new livable homes. So, Houston, we take care of ourselves. We deal with hurricanes. I myself lost 6 family members at one time. My great aunt and great uncle and their 4 grandchildren. A man made a movie. He came out of nowhere and he made a movie about my family. And it was very, very tragic. So I deal with death. So I know that just rolled off my tongue. Yeah, I still grieve them, but I've lost so many people to senseless crimes, most of all, and then just overuse of medications that you might need an IV bag for. And it's just like, what the hell is going on? Like, what is really going on? So I was just like, fuck this. That was when I worked that last case. I said, I'm not doing all this forensic psychic. I'm not doing it no more. Like, leave me the hell alone. I do research and cover cases on my own. I don't use the cards or anything like that. So I'm thinking I'm going to take a month off. Let me go do this other show with my dog and with my husband. Love that show because I'm getting to talk about parenting and cool things because now I'm 45 and all of my kids are adults, 27, 21, and 18. So me and the hubs were like, hey, he said, you do your true crime stuff in the bedroom because nobody wants to hear the stuff that I listen to, watch, or put on the screen. But I don't want to ever sensitize something that somebody has taken the value away from these very strong, explicit words, big but, when you work in the medical field, when you work in the morgue, that's still medical examiner, and when you work for the government, we need to just take a step back because it just doesn't make sense. The stuff that's coming out, the stuff that they want y'all. I've been knowing the gig was up. Been knowing since before 2012. I was preaching that shit on a different date at an occult shop that I worked at. So anyways, I'm like, okay, we're done. Let's move on. Let's get back to some other cases. I turn on the TV and I have certain notifications on certain apps that I've downloaded. And you have to have some form of legal credential. My bail bonding days, I still keep my license every 2 years. So I have legal access and credentials to get into places that the public cannot. I want to make that very clear because I'm so sick of saying, I understand it's my opinion. I get that. We all have them. I'm just pushing mine out there because I hold on. Let me not skip. So, if you don't know about this case and you've been living under a rock, I don't know where you've been. I'm going to just start from the beginning real quick. I want to do this really quick because I got to go to the farmer's market. The way I found out about this case, underaged Hispanic female has gone missing multiple times. That's what piqued my interest in what I'm looking for in a story. I try to evaluate and fact check what is S trafficking and what is the kidnappings and runaways, if you will. Again, I'm trying to, but it's gonna slow me the fuck down. I'm a fast talker. And I'm detailed in what I say. This angle is pissing me off. I have an actual table on my bed, but the dog dropped it on the floor last night. So good about another one. So I turn on the TV and I'm watching. I watch Real Housewives to get my mind off of stuff that I research all day, and that's how I found out about this whole thing, this park over here. So then there's big parades and there's fireworks. And I'm like, mother, when are we going to be done? Can I take a nap? Can a bitch get a nap? No. My phone starts dinging. I think it's about all this hoopla going on downtown. And it takes me 20, 25 minutes to get, maybe 15 with no traffic. Ooh, worse. Anyways, I am far, far, far away north of that it's very quiet here. It's very quiet. We don't hear that. So when I have a certain sound on my phone for my crime alarms, and it happens to be a sound that you may use to protect yourself in self-defense. And on the 4th of July, people use those little poppers. It kind of sounds like that. And so when you're dead ass asleep, and I sleep with my phone right next to my face, and you're hearing pop, 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 you're like, but that's the point. And I'm like, oh, who's missing now? This is the case of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I don't like to say the David case. I really hate that Nancy Grace keeps saying D4VD. It's weird to me. It's an anime thing. It's an artsy thing. Whatever. Okay, so I'm in my bed. I'm looking at all of these paperworks that are going on. I'm seeing all of these documents, but nothing's happening. And I'm like, okay, California, what do y'all got going on over there? I said, well, it just happened. And then I tracked where he was, and that's when I found out he was on tour. I never knew that my youngest daughter, actually, when she played me Romantic Homicide, that's a song. It's a song, okay? Don't get it twisted. If you don't want to hear about crime, just get the fuck out of my page. I'm tired of these stupid violations. I put in the title what I am talking about. And if you keep complaining, then I'll just block you. But I can't do it while I'm live. So cut it out. That's the name of the song. And so my daughter and I were going to Chipotle one day, and she's like, Mom, I want to play a song for you. I said, oh, I fucking hate your music. I love all music, but this new rap, it's not rap. This new weird beef back and forth, young boys making my home, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, just we're back in the 90s. We haven't seen these kind of outlaw kind of crimes by these Hispanic. I'm not gonna, you know what? Here in Houston, it's all people. All people. Even in Chinatown. You know not to go to Chinatown when the sun goes down. Got the best food. Best food. But it's run by some people whose name resemble a triangle. So we know that. As Houstonians, we know what goes on in this city. Unfortunately, unlike Arizona, what's the name of it? Yeah, Arizona. Dumb stupid with the Nancy Guthrie stuff. 84-year-old lady goes missing. Bam. 12 hours later, breaking news all over the place. I know today's day 45. Like, why am I still counting the days? I like to just put my info out, move on to the next case. I live in Houston. There's stacks of cases. And so I pick and choose. I have a criteria. It filters it out. David came right to the top. And I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the news, looking at the very next day, Steve Fisher comes on the scene. That's very, very common, specifically in California and now really in Wyoming. And they're all moving here to the Austin area because we don't have, it's a tax thing. If you want to not pay taxes and be a homeowner, move to Houston or anywhere in Texas. Anyways, I'm like, this dude has a Tesla. Cool. And they had a foul odor. They towed it away. And the odor got worse. And so, some smart people were like, hey, there's a funky shit going on in this car. And so as soon as that information came out, who the car was registered to, and I got the unredacted license plate, then I was able to run the information in the DMV database with my credentials. I don't need to put them on a plaque on the back of the wall. I cover the wall in all the certifications. I work hard. So I'm like, why does this matter? Why is this popping up on breaking news in Houston? Well, about 15 hours later, I found out why. So I go start opening up all my stuff. And now I'm going to give you the rundown. If you've not heard of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, go to some other pages that have covered Trapmore Ross. Y'all go follow him. He's on Instagram. He's on TikTok. But he's very detailed. Has a massive team that does his research. Actually, he just took down Mr. Beast. He's that guy. He kind of looks like Frodo. Me and him, we talk a lot. And he's from the UK. So we compare. And I'm like, dude, did this come up over there? Because he started out in deep underground rap lore, and now I've kind of true crime. That's where it's at. That's where it's always been at for me. And I'm asking, why does this matter? And then he stays up 24/7, but he also has a massive team. I'm a chick with my phone, and my little light right here died, so I only got one. Luckily, I got Windows. I don't do this professionally. I never have, and I never will. And I think people need authenticity. So I found the name interesting, D4VD. I was like, okay, I respect it. Authenticity, different. But I think it's weird that you say your name is D4VD slash David. That's kind of an oxymoron, but you know, he's an artist. Artist. Okay, well, let's begin. He tells, I don't care about fucking Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. They're so finished. He needs to start planning an exit strategy. She's crazy. So once he was able to give me the unredacted, because he's an actual press journalist, and even though he's in the UK, he follows stuff here, so we crisscross all the time. And he was able to get me the picture of the car, and when I saw the license plate, I said, shit. I said, this is perfect. And then Steve Fisher was hired. Again, this is very, very, I didn't finish my point. It's very, very common. Going back to, like, if y'all have kids, or maybe you're a kid who grew up in that area, or were on YouTube at that point, but Logan and Jake Paul, when they were the first that really had that Team 10 house where they had this multi-million-dollar mansions and they were just doing whatever the fuck they wanted and they were acting like they were supporting each other. It was a big old thing. And now, you know, they're famous in their own right now. I used to hate them. I used to hate that my kids liked them. But I respect the hustle. David, the hustle. David, if you don't like what I'm going to say, I'm going to desensitize it as much as possible, and you're going to feel my anger. But if it pisses you off, get off my thing. Take away. There's billions of true crimes. I will never be censored. Never. It's my constitutional fucking right. So, this family has been hustling since the get-go. And I was like, the stuff I was pulling up on the car, I was like, he only lives 15 miles up the road from here. I actually used to work as a sommelier in a very fancy wine bar that's actually across from his neighborhood. I was like, this mofo lives this close to us. I'm fixing to dig. And at that point, I really I stopped watching all media, stopped it. And the only one I would listen to, I love Law and Crime. Shout out to Law and Crime. Everybody over there. Ashley Banfield and just Trapmore. I mean, I create my own content, so I really just follow other people to see if they've got different stuff than I have. We are a community. Some people call us netizens. I don't think I'm a netizen because I have a life and a family. No offense to y'all that do it 24/7. But I used to be that bitch. And I can't do that anymore. I'm getting older. I'm sick. Like, no. So doing these cases has gotten much easier for me because of that. Y'all, if y'all screenshot my rosacea, I'm pissed off. My lupus is killing me today. Anyways, trying to adjust the red. So when I found that out, my youngest daughter, actually all of my kids, so oldest daughter, middle son, youngest daughter, 27, 21, 18. When my youngest daughter started driving and going out and hanging out with her friends, as any parent, I would, I'm the stricter parent because I was raised in a militant household. my husband would be like, babe, you can't let her be scared of the world, this, that, and the other. And I live in this dark world on purpose. I was fascinated since the age of 4 in 1984. The Richard Ramirez trial was going on, and that famous thing where he's got the upside down pentagram and hell's you know who, and I put my hands on the TV and I was like, I saw colors on his brain. Again, for those of you who don't know, I am empath. I will just use the word, I'm an empath. Y'all's words, not mine. I would never call myself an empath, even though I am. I don't like to use that word. That's a title for people who dwell in that section of this world. I deal with me, my world, and my cases. Why is David my case? Well, I put a tighter leash on my daughter. And again, she's 18. She doesn't have to be here. She got her own car, she works. She doesn't have to be here. And as much as she hates that I only listen to this stuff. Oh, Rotten Mango. Go follow her. Stephanie Soo. S-O-O. Soo. She does 3-hour-long videos. You will walk away feeling like you were the judge, jury, and executioner when you get done watching one of her videos. The best videos ever. My daughter actually put me on. And now I'm obsessed. So I usually only trust stuff that comes from Ross or Stephanie. And then I go and cross-reference it with the stuff that's here in Houston. When I found out how close, and if you're driving from my house to where his community is 15 miles up the road, when you're going over this brand new highway, there's this big place that's called Town Center. No, it's not called Town Center. I don't know. It's called something. And it's where all the teenagers go hang out. My daughter, I'm not exaggerating. My daughters are like supermodels. They're built like supermodels. They're gorgeous people. Actually, my oldest did. And then she did Fashion Week here in Houston for a very prominent thing. Anyways, my kids are beautiful, including my son. With the older one, I didn't have to be so strict. I just didn't. We live in very safe neighborhoods. And we teach our kids about the real world and what they need. We give them tasers. We give them, mace. We make sure that they are prepared. And my husband loves to fight. Don't test me. When I found out that Valley Ranch is what it's called, I knew it would come to me. I look on 360. Sometimes she gets out of work late, picks up her friends, and she always asks for permission. If she doesn't, we get on to her. I have to know where my kids are at all times. When I found out how close he lived, it was like, oh my God. I'm that bitch that I'm Karen. I'm the rich. Ask anybody. Everybody calls me Karen, because I will go and find all of the registered offenders and I will let them know, hi, I know that you're here and good luck. I've driven to people's houses. My children have been mortified, but I want them to know that there is a voice for those voiceless little children that's going to speak up, is going to stand up, and is going to buck up and protect them. That's me. I take in kids all the time. So when my daughter's out there and she doesn't have an ugly friend, I said, could you find one? Maybe not that it would make them look better, but throw an ugly person in there. And I know that sounds wrong, but if you're not a parent, you don't understand the lengths that our minds and our brains will go through to protect. Anybody seen tigers and lions and in the wild? Yeah, the lion, he's badass. Okay, cool. Got a dick swing, whatever. But wait till that mama comes around. She about to rip these hoes to shreds, right? Humans are animals, right? We're the Homo sapiens. That's our scientific name. So it's very easy for me to understand. Maybe it's my bipolar, maybe it's chemical imbalance. I don't know. But I've always been able to see things in a different light and through a different lens because I have these abilities. I can't turn them off. When I walk through the stores, I can hear little thought bubbles and words, and I become very overstimulated. And in the time that I took off, I was having to take so much anxiety medication. How do you make an X? That one. But it wasn't affecting me. My anxiety was so high all the time. Profusely sweating, like turning pale. I can't go out in public anymore in these massive crowds unless I get an emergency, like 2 or 3, to go to the event so that I can enjoy life. It's hard. It's why empaths and psychics, if you see a psychic with her hand on her thing and it's all lit up, don't go in there. Hey, don't do it. We are always hidden. You have to know somebody who knows somebody because we keep our networks tight. And I left my network a long time ago. My whole family was in the network. We left the network over a decade, well, about 20 years ago. And it's just like trying to protect your child from something that they don't want to know. Even my son, I was riding with him the other day and we were talking about it. And he was like, you can't let us live in fear. And he was like, I'm grown. He was like, I choose not to. I said, I don't live in fear either, as long as I'm in my house or my car and I'm doing something I can control. Why is this important? Because where my daughter and all of her beautiful friends go, usually at night, is on the way to, actually his neighborhood backs up about 1.5 miles. It snakes around the back end of that place. Again, only 15 miles away from where I'm sitting right now in my bed. So this case was not only about a missing 14-year-old girl in the trunk of a Tesla in California. And I was like, somebody has to own this house. These kids that are flashing all this money and stuff, that's why they get beat up and they get jumped and bad things happen to them, because they show everything all the time. They're young and dumb. You give them a bunch of money and they want to flex or whatever the kids are saying these days. Well, I heard the song that my daughter played for me in the car, and we were both having an off day. We were just in funky moods, so she wanted to just play her music, and I said, okay. And, instantly I was turned off because I didn't hear one real instrument being played. Not a one. I knew what app he was using because I used to use it when I was a truck driver as a creative escape until I figured out how to use YouTube. David and his family, being that close, this case is personal to me. Not only for the activist work that I do with plastering all of these missing kids and women. I don't want to single out anybody, but anybody who's in this chat knows what I'm talking about. There's certain groups, and when I became a truck driver, you have to sit down. You cannot get up. You have to pee on yourself. Like, for 2 hours, you can do nothing but look at our general attorney at that time, Ken Paxton, and he has a trafficking video. And I'm like, okay, well, I've been promoting that. The second year, celebrities started wearing red X's. This X is important. Remember this symbol. I said, what are we writing X's on our hands for? I'm all for a Twitter war. I miss Twitter wars. I said, what are we doing this for? So I went and I looked it up. Halle Berry started the first nonprofit organization to stop the people that are doing it, but more so to find these women and children, bring them home, and go worry about the people later. If you've ever gone to medical school, you save the children first. Those older people, they've lived life. It's calloused to, let's say, if you're a school teacher, I probably sound like the most callous person in the world. I am desensitized to the most gruesome things. I will sit down here and watch Ed Gein or John Wayne Gacy eating spaghetti. It doesn't bother me at all. This case goes a lot deeper and darker. There was links I didn't even want to click on. And my boy Trepmore, he was just like, he was doing the video. All three of us are doing the videos. There's a lot of other people piggybacking now, and I'm going to tell you why. I predicted, remember these dates. March 5th, no, go back. February 14th, March 5th, what's the other one? March 28th, sorry. I usually have notes around me. I'm doing this one straight up from memory. So if you see me looking down or up, I'm not trying to avoid y'all. I do not have my notes with me. I literally put on a hoodie because I woke up to 36-degree weather in Houston, and I just rolled up, put the camera up, because there's new information that came out. So bear with me, and I want to wrap this up, but you have to have the context. Most people that are in here right now, y'all may not know what the hell I'm talking about. And if you don't, go look it up. And please proceed with caution. We put disclaimers on our stuff at the front of the videos, and we say it at the beginning of the videos. And people still click on the links that are mentally not prepared for what they're about to see. And that creates a whole other epidemic. Like, follow the rules. It's like running a stop sign and complaining when you're in the hospital because you got T-bone. Oh, he hit me out of nowhere. Well, what the hell were you doing? He has a green light, he had a red light, not paying attention. I need y'all to pay attention. So I'm not giving y'all all the context because the last date I need you to remember is September the 8th. So February 14th. Hold on. Let's go back so I can talk about David and just move on. We are going to be mentioning David, Asia, Neo, Celeste, Caleb, the parents, the managers, both of them, Roth Morgenstein, whatever. Those dudes and their fake ass. I found out so much shit about them. I should do a whole episode on them. They need to be investigated for racketeering. I'm just going to say it. That is a shell company. Those are shady people. Mogul, Music, Vision, whatever. In my opinion, in my research, it alleges you're fake as fuck. I'm that bitch. I've been gone for 3 years. For those of you who are just now finding me, tune in, have a seat. If you are sensitive to women talking like sailors, my husband was a sailor, but I've been talking like this since I was 4. I grew up around people that like Harley Davidsons. Motorcycle enthusiasts. There you go. I knew Jax Taylor had a word for it. Okay, I'm sitting up straight. So from this point forward, I'm just going to tell the story. That's it. This story, and later on, after I get my groceries and stuff, I will post, like I did for Nancy, the notes. When we make these videos, well, I can't speak for anybody but myself, and I have found the reason I am as successful as I am with this few. I don't want all these 50,000, 30,000 followers. I need people that are genuinely going to have an open mind that will allow me to give you my professional opinion. I could say that. My professional opinion based on 40 years of covering every case. If there was a made-for-TV movie, I've seen it. I have gotten so sick and tired with the AI generation now. Cops are going to have to go back to school. How are we going to know what's real and fake? Kidnappings are going to be stupid easy. Everything is untraceable and can be mimicked. That is important. So, just for context purposes, David's mom has always been a teacher, an educator, and the dad is a civil lawyer. He handles like family shit, not criminal shit. And he's also a preacher. That's why I don't go to the temples. I love God and Jesus is my homie. This story is going to touch on the fact that his dad is a lawyer and a prominent I'd say mini mega African American church where they live. Everybody knows the Burks in Houston. And if you didn't know about their church and you didn't know, seen any of the commercials, you do know them now. I live here. I know what's going on here. So I'll give you the notes. I just sit here, tell the truth. I'm not taking money from you. I'm not doing any of that. Donations, they stay. Maybe for a rainy day. It's about justice. That's all it's about. And I can't tell you why I got physically involved. Physically involved. Because that story pertains to a family member that's no longer with us. But they took that story with them. It was a huge story here in Houston again. And it was sick. It was some Epstein shit. And those people were arrested, and much like Epstein, they got like this sweetheart deal, if you will. And they were back out and back in Louisiana. And there was multiple children, boys. This one was boys specific. Young boys. And my mom did not listen to me. My elders didn't want to listen to me. My dad was in the clinker. And I'm just like, I just wanted to scream from the rooftops. Is anybody seeing what this dude is doing at the park? This guy, I watched him. We were not very well off growing up. So I grew up in apartments. And long story short, it was just a different way of living. But I was like, why isn't anybody paying attention? I was always put on medication because my parents thought that I had imaginary friends that were becoming real, but they all had different names. So then they were like, okay, well, she must be schizophrenic. They started calling me Sybil. And I was like, y'all are not listening. Madame Cleo really fucked it up for the real people out here because she became a mega psychic and people were giving them remortgaging their houses for Madame Cleo. What? And then after she was done, Montel Williams started promoting this lady by the name of Sylvia Brown, who passed away of natural causes, and she made a mark on this platforms. Well, we didn't have social media. We had MySpace back then, and mine was so cool. Anyways, flashback Mary. We were in our MySpace AOL days. And I loved Montel Williams. He wanted me to be on his show because I was the first teen. There was 3 of us. At 17, we all got pregnant at the same time. We were the original teen moms. But nobody had reality on their mind at that time. We were ostracized. Ostracized, remember that word. So I'm like, that's an interesting dynamic. How does this work? Well, the way I like to find answers is by digging. Old school detective work, and with the help of really smart AI software, I can get it is where I get. That and Opus One. I have alarms set, and they will automatically sift through the babble, and it'll give me a descriptive rundown. And when I wake up in the morning, she has all of the stories ready for me. And then you can get that thing to, like, right now, she's posting stuff for me on other platforms. It's the best thing ever. They're expensive. Those two softwares or apps are expensive, but I like to work smarter, not harder. Where I do like to do the hard work is I like old shit. If you tell me something's haunted, I am there. I'm there. I love old stuff. So while my AI secretary is doing her job, I'm over here and I'm like hearing the stuff coming from fucking Harvey Levin. And I'm like, why isn't this dude arrested? I'm screaming at my TV. It was my husband's idea. He's like, could you stop screaming at the TV and do it on your phone so everybody can hear it one time? Because I will repeat myself to my kids, and then to get back to my husband, and then the story is that the neighbors fucking know what I've been talking about all day. So, hold on. I'm gonna jumpstart. I just gave you, okay, so the mom's a teacher, and the dad he was in a little church at the front of the timeline I'm fixing to tell you about, and how he got to the semi-mega church that he has now, and just breaking ground on opening their first mega church. Spoiler alert, don't think they're going to be doing that anymore. Yeah, peppermint. Don't think they're going to be building that church anymore. So, I said earlier, this case became very personal for me, not only for my daughter and her friends, but all of the teenagers that go hang out at this place. If you think of the richest mall, probably a mall that you can't even afford to go into, and put all those shops in an outdoor, it's kind of like an outlet mall, but you can go inside the buildings. And it's a whole thing, big old thing. Movie theaters, you name it. That's where all the kids, the suburban kids, go hang out. It's very well lit. There's usually a lot of people, but when my child is getting off at 11 o'clock at night, she's got to come home, she's changing. I can see that she's been here. She loves my bathroom. I can see that she's been here. So then I wake up 360. I have to know where my kids are at all times. Parents, if you do not have Life 360, I found out about it when I was doing research on the Aaron Hernandez case. His mom said she's the one who gave his stuff away. She said, I have this app, it's called Life 360. And his wife or the girlfriend had it too. And so I was looking up Life 360. It was through that case that I've had it. Swear by it. I will. My kids, I always know where they are. Even the married one. She's 27, don't even live here. Just gone. Another state. I still know where she is. As a mother, you have to know where your children are. And I learned real quick when I had these beautiful children that knowing the stuff that happened to me and my cousins, I should say one cousin. One cousin. I will get in trouble if I say plural. But my brain works different. Deductive reasoning is taught. Like when you go to police academy, I was a medical professional. They give us a method of standards, right? You have to climb the ladder, if you will. When I was young, I had a lot of really bad stuff happen to me. That's all I'll say. So in my mind, I don't put together a list of questions to ask. And I don't have a chain of command to follow. Therefore, I don't think that way. I was born different. The first time I was 4, that's when I knew that I was different, but I couldn't tell anybody because I didn't know if they were different too. It was just, I was an only child at that time. So I was like, I didn't know what I was seeing and hearing was wrong. I didn't know. It wasn't until I was getting older and I'm just talking to these. I'm like, hey, where you need to go? What's her name? Okay, cool. And to this day, I do that. And my kids and my husband are like, who are you talking to? I said, yelling at the TV, talking to myself. I still talk out loud. And I just can't stop it. It's just part of who I am. But that, it pisses my kids off. Not my son, because I wasn't that overbearing with him. He can handle himself. He's a gentle giant until you piss him off. But my girls, especially this one, she's the last one, and she's everywhere she goes. Everywhere she goes. This chick gets compliments every fucking where she goes. Knowing that, and I know all of her friends, so they're all beautiful. There's not an ugly one in the bunch. Even the guys are cute. They're all pretty. It's like 90210 over here. They're all gorgeous. And they like to go hang out over there sometimes. I would prefer, in our town, we have, in the main area of this suburb, there is a smaller version of what's over there, but they're bougie. And everybody goes there. Like, only the loser kids who don't get invited go kick it over there. Or if it's a bust over there. Why is this important? My daughter needs to be protected. But she does not give a fuck about what's going on in Houston right now. She don't give a fuck about what's going on anywhere. She has free will, and she is dead set. She's me. And I'm the worst. I'm funny. I'm fun to be around. I love to kick it. But to live with me on a regular, I'm the hardest fucking person to deal with. Because I'm very long-winded. You're gonna know how I feel, how much work I've put in on anything. I'm just a bitch, if you will. I am. And I've always been one. And I'm okay with that. Because it takes bad bitches, angry mothers, to go after The LAPD, when his, let me get to, I like the end of what I'm about to say. So let me just take your notes. Don't take your notes. Like, share, go over to YouTube, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Whatever. I post them anywhere, so it doesn't matter where you follow. And I post every day now, random shit. So I'm gonna make a morning show where I'm just gonna talk about whatever case. If y'all want to know about a case, let me know. I probably already worked it, but because I took a sabbatical, I have all these notes. I'm staring at my workstation, and it's just piles and piles and piles of papers. So now that I'm active again and I'm not doing the tarot readings, it's so much easier and freeing for me. Not that I had anything to prove to anybody. And I live my life that way. That's just it. I'm very, when it comes to serious matters, I'm very, very stern. And my child is very, very stern and stubborn as well. So, knowing that she's in her car and she's got all these cute girls and she's got a nice car and, they're just being girls. I don't like that I have to tell my child that she needs to, have a flashlight with a flasher and a red one. I mean, I was a truck driver. I know all the tips and tricks on how to be a female in the world. I've done it. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. And this case, I love that this case is so sensationalized because it's going to take down another group that I've been deep diving on for 2 years now. 2 fucking years. And that's going to be a 4-parter, definitely. I'm looking at my stack over here. I'm moving stuff around. So I have a working station in here. Nobody in the house cares to hear about the stuff that I talk about when I'm on the phone, whatever. They like normal life. I don't know how to be normal. I try. It doesn't work for me, so I stay here and do work that sometimes you have to just look at the family. And sometimes, most of the times, it's the easiest first gut instinct. Your parents, your teachers, your mentors, your elders, we are taught from birth that very same principle. So who's going to tell us different? This is the case of David Anthony Burke. David Anthony's he's fixing to have a birthday. His birthday is March 28th. His mom's a teacher. Dad's a lawyer / pastor. And he's a civil lawyer. He's not a criminal lawyer. Let me get that clear. And while David and his family like to profess that they're born and raised Houstonians, I couldn't find them in any base previous to 2019. I found the only records, and I'm looking in my Texas, the database where I can look up if you're a criminal, we have DNA on you, do we have your fingerprints? I'm a part of the neighborhood watch. Like, this is what I do. Protect children. I wish I could save the women. I took an oath, and my oath says, save the children first. You can't save everybody. And this is why I didn't and I don't do political shit. And I have very strong beliefs that are very compelling. But it gets muddy. And y'all are complaining about the news that you're getting because people, for example, in this case, and who's over there at Nancy Guthrie's? Nobody. Who said day 45 that, cold case? Nobody. It's been 7 weeks. 7 weeks. And all of our fucking resources came out of fucking nowhere because an 84-year-old lady that was the mother of the, what is it, the Today Show? I don't watch regular TV. Unless you're Bravo or Peacock. I'm a Bravo whore. So, Nick Reiner, same jurisdiction as the David case. Homie's already having hearings, and this case is fucking weird. And it only gets weirder. And when it gets to the part where Steve Fisher told me something very important. And he was doing a live on, I want to say, Law and Crime or something like that. They were asked, you could send in questions. And he said, if you ever come across any information that you have not seen in the media or social media, you haven't come across it, and you are on top of these things, that you need to send it to the officials. But keep the original copy that I find. Go copy it or send it as a PDF and make sure it gets where it needs to go. So that has saved me hours. I just send people documents and be like, here you go. And bam, the cases get solved. So, how long is it going to take for them to fucking do something about this case? Well, so, he's from Brooklyn. He was born there. His parents are from there. They are from Brooklyn, New York. Keep that in mind. Sorry, my nose is running. Sorry. I'm all busted up today. I'm sorry. But I still gotta be on my game. Once I'm posting, I'm posting. And I just like to talk to people, so it works out. So anyway, they've been in Brooklyn. What were they doing in Brooklyn? Well, that's where they were born and raised. Cool. Why is that not public knowledge? Why are you telling the public he's born and raised here and they only moved here in 2019? Right? David has said it himself. I found it in my research. But in looking at his interviews and analyzing his body language and all of this other stuff that I do, I said, there's something off with this kid, man. Something off with him. And he said it himself on multiple... Okay, let me say it like this. All the videos, interviews that he's done, it's like he has it memorized. Unless somebody throws him a question he's not scripted to answer, he starts talking about the rich string theory. That's important because I actually believe in this ancient Asian theory. I live it every day. I don't get attached to people because most of the time I call them missions. They're missions because they're here to help me or I'm here to help them, and I'm usually here to help them. I help them and then they become really clingy and I come off as a bitch. I do. Right now I come off as a lost Ninja Turtle. My ears are cold though. So what was David up to over there in Brooklyn? Why Houston, Texas? Why Houston? We're severely overpopulated. We have Lakewood Church. We don't have room for, and we have, when I was doing the research, we have 12 mega churches just in the city proper of Houston. That does not include the surrounding areas, which include Lakewood. So I'm looking down the path. Mom's a teacher. She can get a job anywhere, whatever. But the dad, being a civil lawyer, he's only licensed to practice law there. Now, there is no paper trail that shows that he ever got put on the bar here in the state of Texas. In my opinion, it doesn't exist. I have to say in my opinion, because that other psychic lady fucked it up for everybody. She wasn't even a psychic. It pisses me off. But I'm talking about actual documents. So, the mom, I have to take her off the plate. Just take her picture off. Save her for later, maybe. Spoiler alert. Remember that name. Just remember Mom. We're going to be talking about Mom, Dad, Caleb. I'm not talking about his little sister. She has absolutely nothing to do with this. And she actually has been tormented. I don't want to put her business out there. Just pray for her. She's the youngest of the three. And she's battling, trying to process what's going on. Because now they've been served here in Houston. So the dad, civil lawyer, okay, I can check into that. And he's a pastor of some sort. I don't know the technical terms, pastor, reverends, or whatever. It's a Baptist church. I can tell you that. I am very Christian, very spiritual. I just don't like organized religion. I don't like sinners telling me how to fix my sins. We're all sinners. And that's my judge, jury, and executioner up there. So there you have it. But there were some interesting things going on at this Baptist church. Interesting things. Money things. He was trying to become a representative in one of the corridors there in Brooklyn. So he was just about to get ready to start this campaign. He's a lawyer. He's very well respected. Never had a demerit of any kind on his. He's untarnished, untouchable. Like, this guy is great. He is the Tom Brady of civil lawyers in Brooklyn at that time. And so I'm like, why are there discrepancies in the church paperwork? There was a lot of missing files. That's important. There's a lot of missing files. It took me about 2 months of calling and calling and calling and calling. When anybody comes up with any kind of tips and you make these phone calls, they are jerks. I'm just going to say it. They're jerks. They will beg you for tips on one station and then tell you, oh, don't call with your opinions. Don't call for this. Actually, we are so overwhelmed with tips. It was 2 bitches in an office. Not even. An open thing like the 911 center. And they didn't even know they were being interviewed. And in this case, not being covered anymore. September the 8th. We're going to get there. I found a lot of shady paperwork. And I started compiling. The math wasn't mathing. Leave it at that. In my opinion, the math wasn't mathing. So I was like, okay, maybe they came to Texas because of the dad. I was like, okay, so that was my theory. I was going to stick to that. I trust my gut 100%. And I was like, okay, put a pin in that. Moving on. I always start with the younger siblings first because you can usually rule them out. But then the pictures came out from the Fonda Arena Theater, whatever it's called. And I was like, wait a minute. That's Caleb. In the video where she has the pink pants and the Hello Kitty shoes on, and there's a black boy with the cutest smile, and he's holding the door open, and she walks in, he's holding the door for her. That, I was like, I literally do this. That's Caleb. That's what I do when I'm in here. Like, I scream to the top of my lungs. I jump up and down. I am that person. And I'm like, holy shit. So I like run, get my iPad, and I'm over here, and I'm doing this on my phone. Sometimes I'll have all my electronics going at the same time. It's exciting, but in the worst way. The excitement is anticipation. And it takes a toll. That's the easy way to put it. So in newspaper articles from that time in Brooklyn, where, you know, you could look up the dad's business and the firm he worked at. Caleb was born here, and the sister was born here, allegedly. So they get here, and I'm like, wait a minute. There's documents, there was police reports that I found that were from an elementary school. And I'm like, elementary school? He seemed to be a little older than elementary school, but he wasn't. Just like Caleb, he has a really young baby face until his producers doctor him up and all that. So I'm like, I'm still stuck on the dad, and I'm still stuck on, you know, maybe some laundering stuff. I'm going that direction. And I don't know why, because I already know I work cases backwards. I want to know, okay, this is what's happening. Okay. The prosecution sometimes takes 2 years. And with Beth Silverman on there, she is going to be so tight-lipped with every crack of her body because she wants the death penalty. We all want it. He deserves it. I still believe in eye for an eye. I actually don't agree with us putting them to death. I'm old school. Let the victims have them, the families. Well, it gets worse. Apparently, I was speaking too soon. I was ahead of my time. So I'm still looking for the paper trail of why, if you come from a beautiful place, I mean, Brooklyn is nice. Parts of it are not, but that's everywhere. Kelsey Siebold, I'm not going to the doctor. Um, that's everywhere. Everywhere has a certain part of town. You just don't go there. And the police don't even go there. We have tons of those places here in Houston. They will sit at the truck stops, watch the criminal activity going on. Women and children, they'll watch it. Unfortunately, they cannot stop that. And it pisses me the fuck off. They can't stop it. They can't run over there and be, come here, let me grab you, little girl. When they could save thousands by doing these long extended surveillances. In my opinion, based on what I found, allegedly, I'm going to say this first. My prediction was obviously more than one person. But what stuck out to me more than anything, and I love gruesome crime because I like to read the blood. I'm a wannabe Dexter. But I told myself, I told my daughter, all my predictions. I always have a witness somewhere. And now I'm back online, so the world is my witness when I say shit. And when I'm wrong, I will apologize. You'll get a 10-minute apology. So we're going to go back to Brooklyn. So I said, what's the deal with the elementary school? I thought I was going to find some paperwork about a discrepancy maybe his mom had. No, it was David. And it wasn't his first offense. David, for all purposes of saving time, and I have not eaten since supper last night, there was new information I knew was coming out, but I'm so tired. So, no more context. Just listen to what I say. When I started going down the school route, I don't know if they let you. Years ago when I was on TikTok, you couldn't vape. But I can on YouTube. Smoke cigarettes, do whatever you want. Anyways, no more context. Bullet points. I'm going to go fast. Save the video. Take notes. Do your own research. Because this case, my prediction today is, the reason I predicted February 14th was going to be the indictment. That's when the paperwork was going to come out. That happened. I called that in December when there had been no arrest, no indictments. And knowing what I know about this prosecutor, she's vindictive as fuck. She will clown you out. They won't accept your ass on Pluto when she's done with you. I know what she's doing behind the scenes. She is going to make sure that all parties involved don't have a defense. And in a case like this, how can you defend it? It's about finding out who did what. And knowing and studying all of these crimes for my entire life, I know what it takes to saw a bone. And we also did it in med school. We had to smell burnt hair. We had to, they had to know if we were going to be able to handle the sounds, smells, and sights. So they took us to a trauma center here in Houston. Ben Taub, the worst. The worst. So I'm pulling up hospital records, trying to pull up dental records, whatever I can. Because just starting to look and make a timeline of the family, which is always important to me, then I figure out how they maneuver and how everything connects, and then I put my notes, like I did for Nancy Guthrie. And then I move on to the next case. Because I study these cases for months, behind the scenes. So, back in Brooklyn, I'm like, okay, elementary school, I thought the mom may have gotten in trouble. I was not expecting what I actually found. I had to file an FOIA to get it because he was a minor, but because he was no longer a minor, and because his dad filed some stupid petition like he did this time. He's got to be the worst lawyer in the world. He filed paperwork in New York where they were trying to get the parents to go answer questions. So I'm like, answer questions about what? He's in elementary school. What's he doing? It's redacted at that point. So when you file these forms, there's a waiting period. And I'm like, I have OCD. And I'm like, what is going on? He's right there, like right there. And then I found out later when they found her how sinister this actually fucking is. So, elementary school, the mom's stellar performance, teacher of the year, multiple times. Everybody loves her. Great. Great family. The whole family. Wonderful people. Wonderful people. The dad's just really bad at making business decisions. But when I finally got the paperwork that the dad got released, I was stunned. I was like, and they haven't brought him in for questioning yet? Well, why was I stunned? There was 3 offenses that I'm going to tell you about, and I'm just going to tell you what the charges were, and you could go look it up for yourself. This is alleged. In the paperwork, it shows that, it showed that he has been doing, he was starting to teach himself. 11:11. I'm going to claim that. I need help today. Catching my blessings. But let me just say this so I don't have to say it again. This is where he finds the book on the red string theory. It was found in a box that the mover companies had, and the box of books was so heavy, it fell. It was a whole thing. He talks about it in his interviews. It's not alleged. unless he lies on himself. But anyways, the first one was a very young girl. She was 7, allegedly. Found in the restroom with David. And at that time, he was older than her. He was getting ready to go into junior high. And the back door was opened on this child. And I put my phone down. I really hate, despise, and wish that the purge was real so that we could take all of these people out. This is where it's going to start getting really gross. So I'm going to try and I don't want this video to get taken down because it is highly informative. It's time for me to make it, and it needs to be heard. So for this video, I am going to try to be as sensitive as possible. It's hard. It's very hard for me, but this is important. If you are a mother, this case is going to apply to you. If you're a father, this case is going to apply to you. If you have children between the ages of 3 and 15, I don't care what city or state you live in, this case opened up a can of worms on a very, very sinister cult, if you will, organized by people in their 20s. And we're going to get to there. Some of you may already know what I'm talking about. I'm glad I'm only going to have to talk about numbers because you can go look it up. On YouTube, we can say more. But I don't want to make 2 videos. So, first girl, she was 7, alleged. All of this is alleged. And it's all in my opinion. Because I'm a psychic, I have to say everything is in my opinion. And because I'm an investigator, all of the documents that I find, I send where they need to go and I move on. Okay? It's all my opinion. Things that I found could have been doctored by AI. I don't know. I'm telling you a story about a case about a book that I read. We'll put it that way. I'm going to tell you a short story about a book I read. The book was titled D4VD. And after that, we're going to put dash 337. We're going to write down the number 337. We're going to remember that number. That number is going to apply to anyone who is a parent of a child between those ages. My daughter is 18, and I still warn her, especially, as a parent, you don't want your kids to hear about this shit. You don't want your kids to, you want them to be prepared. You want to teach them to be hyper vigilant and observant. At least that's what you should be teaching them. I mean, I'm speaking for myself and my culture, all of my cultures. We protect our kids. We teach them how to fight. We teach them how to use tools. If they're in the garage and, they slip and fall and somebody strange lends them a hand to pick up. These are the kind of things that I am going to be saying. So bear with me. It's going to go fast. I always post these. It's vile. And unfortunately, I don't think we're ever going to see the end of it. And for somebody like me to say that, it's time to really protect your children. If the Epstein files grosses you out, this story is going to make that one look like kids play. And that is not an exaggeration. What Prince Andrew and all these people were doing, nope. Child's play. Child's play. Like at McDonald's, throwing the balls in the air, child's play. His dad got him out of that one. There's no paperwork other than the paperwork that was signed by his lawyer, because he's a civil lawyer. He can't help his son when his son commits crimes. He can't. But lawyers, like psychics, we all work in networks. My mom happened to work for the lawyers that were on the Enron case. I may be in a psychic world, but I'm in a medical world. I'm in a legal world. I've always been hustling because it is a survival skill for me. And I just can't break that. So I turned it in to saving children. Parents, please pay attention. And I know I'm going to ask you to go to the dark web. Actually, you can pull it up on Google now. Save your fucking kids, man. Track them. Get an AirTag. Skip Starbucks for a month. Purchase the AirTag. If it's a dude, put it on his keychain. He's a dude, he's dumb. He's probably not even going to figure it out. A girl, hide it in their vehicles. Like, put it somewhere. Have apps. Get Apple. I don't know if if Android has the same features that Apple has, but we have Find My iPhone. We can look, make sure your kids' snap maps are on. The post that I'm going to tell you about and the cult that I'm going to tell you about only operates on Snapchat and Discord. In my research, in my opinion. All things that I am fixing to say are all alleged. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. That's the Constitution. I stand on it. I believe in it. I trust the process. Is it a faulty process? Abso-fucking-lutely. It failed me. Personally. When I was committing crimes back in the day, I was doing it to survive. But anyways, once that target is on your back, notice how I said target. I said February 14th is the first day of the first year in 2020 during COVID. They moved here to Houston in 2019. He already had some friends that he met online. So he already had some chicks lined up over here to continue. The second charge back in Brooklyn, a little bit closer in age to him, but it doesn't matter. The crime is the crime. Her He stabbed her with a nail file, but his defense was trying to say, there's a case going on right now. Prime example. There's a case going on right now where this lady is stabbed 76 times and it's all over her face, head, shoulders, and the back of her neck. I'm following that case because they're saying that she was self-exiting. I was like, what? 76 times? What drugs was she on? Your body's fight or flight. If you had the balls to do it, you're only going to do it once. And how in the hell is she stabbing in between her shoulder blades? The knife doesn't, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. This young girl was 9 and he was 10. They were very close in age. And where and what sharp object was used, you can use your imagination. I implore you not to. But she lost her virginity that day with a specific utensil. The lawyer got him off on self-defense. Don't ask me how, don't ask me why. Most of those pages are redacted because all the people involved were minors. So all I can see is David's stuff. His dad, all the while he's trying to protect him. But every scenario where the cops in the schools and the school cops were telling the parents to come in, Duan, the father, is just like, no. And the mom is super sweet. And she believes that her son is doing all these things because he's going home and he's telling all of y'all and he's telling his friends and family that he's getting bullied at school, that he went through all this stuff. I was torturously bullied with weapons in school. One of the chicks actually tried to date me about 5 years ago. She was the number one bully. But my bullies made amends when they found out something about my family. I'm not going to talk about that. But when I came back from this, we'll call it a memorial, it was a funeral. I think we would say funeral. Anyways, when I got back to town from the funeral, there was massive amounts of, there was this huge shrine. And me and my boyfriend, he was like, we shared a locker. And we didn't have those big long ones. We had two like this. And the flowers, the roses, the pictures. When they found this out, I was the most popular kid in school. Most popular kid ever. And now that I'm older, I don't speak about those things. It's a privacy matter. And being a psychic, I don't understand privacy. I don't have an imagination. I was robbed of that. So I sound calloused, but I'm speaking. One, I have a vested interest in this case. I don't want him here. I don't fucking want him here. I don't want his family here. And I am a damn well-known Republican. I will put your shit on blast. Just like I did the FBI lady. If you do something twisted, I'm going to come for you if it was a child. The third victim. We're still in Brooklyn. So he's getting off of for everything because he's young. You know, young kids, they make mistakes. And the statements were like copy and paste. They were so generic. They just changed the date, changed the redacted name. And the mom, Colleen, was the only one that ever signed the papers. And I was like, well, maybe it's because she works at the school. Then I was like, wait a minute. If she works at the school, how is she not knowing that he's doing all these things? She works at the junior high school. Okay, fair enough. The third victim was found in a bathroom stall, allegedly looking like she had the worst menstrual cycle of her life. And I don't know of any school, and I've gone to a lot of schools. I love learning. Never heard of a school having a plunger in the bathrooms. If there's a shitstorm, no pun intended, I'm trying to make light of this situation, but there is no way. There is a janitor, and now I think they're called custodial managers. I respect it. I don't want to clean big buildings, but I want to enjoy shows, so I respect the hustle. I mean, those people work hard. He got away with that too. But there was a stipulation. He was not going to be allowed to go to any school in New York ever. This kid wasn't even in junior high school yet. So those are the 3 cases, allegedly, that I found. And in my opinion, that's the information that I absorbed, allegedly, in my opinion. So I don't know why the fuck they chose Houston. And the thing about Houston is it's 100 miles in circumference all the way around. It is huge. The city of Houston proper, downtown, is 15 miles south of me, 17 miles. If I go far enough, just about 10 minutes up the road, I can start seeing the buildings and all that. But I live far enough away to what I'm living nicely. I don't leave my community hardly ever. Everything I have is here. We vote on everything that we want here. It's amazing to live here. And there's tons of these little communities in these little cities that are their own city. They have their own zip codes, and everybody should know their zip code, right? There is no explanation for why they picked this particular city. Then I had to go back to the mom, because the dad, it's going to take time for him to get the license. With the third incident, they had like, bitch, get out of our state. Go. Fix your son. Live on a mountain somewhere. Join a reservation. Get the fuck out of New York. Just go. So it was a kind of like a fly by the seat of, or thief in your night, fly by the seat of your pants. But these suburbs that we live in, you kind of have to know that we're here. We're hidden. And from the street signs on our freeway, they look like I've traveled the whole country in an 18-wheeler. They all look the same. But if you're not from Houston and you're just seeing streets, and I'm not ever going to give away my information, but I grew up in a city called Deer Park. You know, we have the highway, and that's where all of our refineries and our port is, all that stuff. And if you're just driving through, say you wanted to go to Galveston and you start coming back and you're trying to get to the airport, whatever the case may be, you're not going to know where Santa Fe is. You're probably going to know now because of the Columbine that happened over there. I don't know how to say that, and it pisses me off that I can't fucking say it. So Santa Fe is very well known now because of that fuck up and his dad who gave him the toy. We're going to call it Nerf. Yeah. He wanted one of those that did the bullets real fast. When my son was young, he was obsessed. And my husband, he's obsessed with knives. He even has like these, it's a full house set of cards, but they're not cards. They look like them. You pick them up, they're Chinese throwing stars. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm going to need you to show me. I'm thinking, maybe I'm getting married to a serial killer and I'm fucking excited. Like, beyond excited. Or I'm living with a serial killer and I need to be running for my life. My brain works like that. I'm like, we could get down with some of this stuff. I don't know about all this other stuff. That's funny story. Right? Some people like poppers. Some people like Chinese throwing stars. I like both. I like anything that's going to save my fucking life. I live in Texas. We have no gun laws here. Anybody, we have to be 21. But if you go to the Pop store show, they are individual sellers, and that's where our teenagers get their shit. And they teach them how to bump stock them and fix them. Our gun shows sell out faster than a Taylor Swift tour. That's no lie. We don't have any gun laws here in Texas anymore because the crime got so bad. So if you ever come to anywhere in Texas, but specifically in Houston and Austin, they caught that man. He just did a shooting over there. 57 seconds. We do not play around in Houston. Not only our law enforcement, but us as civilians. Don't test people in Texas. So this family pops up in 2019. School year is coming. The mom's happy. She finally found a school that would take her because her son's record follows her in his transcripts to the new school. There you go. That's why it's public knowledge. Again, highly redacted, but you follow the paper trail, right? I'll get better at telling short stories, I promise. But I love watching Stephanie Sue give me very specific details about certain things, and I'm the same way. But I don't want to talk for 3 hours because I'm already supposed to be at the store. But context is important because the media is not going to tell you about it. They're not. These are things that will come out in the trial should the prosecution, and trust me, they're building a case on him. They're not going to leave those 3 incidences behind. Trust that. They're not going to forget about those. They're going to go all the way back to birth and what his parents were doing before they had him. That is how and why this investigation is taking so long. The problem that myself and everybody around the world has is I'm fixing to get into the PDF part of this story, and I am absolutely fucking livid because I have a personal connection. I can relate to this poor child, not her ending. R.I.P. We need to keep Celeste's name alive. But the way she was alone on the streets in Los Angeles, not knowing where to go, not knowing what to do, coming from an abusive family, allegedly. Like, people run away for reasons. If she was living in a nice, loving home in the suburbs, or even you could live in a hut. My grandmother had a 1-bedroom apartment. Her husband, and all 9 of us grandkids lived, and we had those are some of the best memories. They travel with you. Memories have a way of doing that, right? They travel with us. So when you're compiling a case, they are going back to the beginning. Duan, now remember, I had already picked up some paper stuff. So when all of this other stuff came out, and I got to see they pulled him over, the license light. That's a real thing. They said, oh, you don't have a light on your license plate. They gave him a ticket. He was leaving the state anyway. What the fuck did he care? But other than that, no other legal records. And I'm just like, if the papers don't have anything to do with Celeste or the case, toss it to the side. We're going to throw that out. The parents, on paper, I'm laughing because I don't buy it. On paper, squeaky clean. There's some questionable behavior on Duan's part, but it's all alleged and in my opinion. So now we're in Texas. I don't know about this guy. Nobody knows about this guy until it hits our local news. And I had no idea that my daughter loved this guy's music. Like, and then when I heard, she was like, we were both having a really bad day. Going back to the beginning, when she played Romantic Homicide for me, I couldn't get past the first, like, I heard the first verse in the chorus, and the hair, being psychic, I was like, it was an instant reaction. Turn that off. And she was like, he's just talking about his feelings. I said, fuck no, he's not. He's talking about murdering somebody. And she was like, Mom, it's art. No. This is where the parents have to be on it. Like, if you're not a Karen, find one. Follow her for a day. Be super fucking annoying with your kids. My brother yelled at me one night, your kids don't even fucking love you. They don't even like you. I said, I don't care. And my kids were like, we never said that. I said, I know, but I am a tough parent. And I don't apologize for that because it's for their safety. Kids need to know that their parents are on the other side in the living room when they put down their phones. I hate that my daughter and my schedule, we see each other in passing. And when she comes in here at night, it's just a whole thing. Parents, pay attention to your children. Have an open door policy. Screen share. Mirror their images. There are so many things that you have access to now. I don't recommend spying and mirroring once they become teenagers. I say stop watching at your own discretion. But it needs to be, who was it? Oh, Hoda Kupta, or whatever her name is. Huda. I don't watch these shows. But she said something crazy. And I was like, as a black woman, I didn't understand why she was saying this about black people. And I don't know why my mind was like, put a pin in that. And maybe it was for another case. I didn't know. So I'm like, moving on. I'm still over here at 2019 trying to figure out why they chose this place, why anyone would put him in school, a public school or a private school. They have money. The family has money. Had it before David got it. They weren't millionaires, but they weren't broke. They live very frugally. The house that they are in right now is very humble, very frugal. You wouldn't think that David grew up there since 2019. It's not even in not one of the nicer suburbs, but it is nice. And all the documents say it's from DeJuan's cases. I have no paperwork to support that allegation. And it is that alleged. DeJuan, in my opinion, is really good at making things disappear. He just, in my mind, he sees a problem, and in my mind, I see his finger hit delete. Kind of like Trump. We're having to follow Tucker Carlson right now. We're protecting people we know the government's going to take out. This is important. What the hell? Okay, as long as my dog's inside. Very important. "2019, they pop up on the radar. His mom's working at a school, but she's not working at a school in the district that her children go to school in. I found that very odd. We don't, all teachers they work at the schools here in Texas, at least. And then when they jump from elementary, then the parents just follow them. The teachers follow them, and they have this whole experience. I don't recommend it. Not a fan. I was friends with the principal's kids. Didn't envy them at all. And, Colleen being a teacher, humble. They're very humble people. I really don't have anything bad to say about anyone in that family until 2020. COVID. Now, COVID Everyone was on lockdown. I was a truck driver during COVID, so I wasn't even here. I was in California. I it was like a clean war zone. Truckers and officers were the only people on the road. And I'm just like, man, the whole world just shut down. That is when David found a little community on a platform. Well, he used Twitch and Discord, but more so Discord. As a streamer. Well, when you can't go to school, you're shut down. I mean, what else are you going to do? I wrote a book. My husband made some unique furniture. Me and my kids went to the track at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I was a nurse's assistant working from home. So I was seeing patients all day. And it's kind of hard to believe that he was just sitting in his sister's closet, but there is video footage of it. I feel that it's staged. That's my opinion. I think that every single thing that I have found and that my thought bubbles, my spidey senses, I call them, something somewhere something happened to him. And if I was forensically profiling him, I would say he had to have been showing signs of mental disorders. They should have gotten him help. These were 3 very gruesome incidences. So the school failed the children. Everybody is failing these children where this motherfucker is concerned. And I'm getting pissed off just doing the research. I'm like, what the fuck? So, let me back up just a minute. He was only in school for a semester at the junior high, there where he went. Another incident. He is 12 at this time, which is just for a visual. The picture of David at 12 looks exactly like Caleb does right now. They just have these baby faces. They use it to their advantage. It's very important. So that case hasn't gone to trial yet, so I can't speak about it. But it involves multiple females, not from the junior high, but from the elementary school. They joined a club. They joined a club. We'll say it like that. So I wanted to go back and use IP addresses. I got into the social media accounts, even though they were taken down. It's like this, or like if I say something, talk about scary movies. Look, Scream, it's right there. Everybody is listening. Everybody can see everybody. Anybody can put out extortion videos on anybody because your TVs, your devices, you can't get away with anything. So I knew from the jump that more than one person, more than one tool, they had to be somewhere discreet because she fought. She had to have fought. She's Hispanic from Southern California. She's a runaway on the streets. Believe me, she fought. You can't be in the Hollywood Hills and scream real loud as you're being dismembered and nobody's gonna knock on the door or start calling the cops. The Hollywood Hills, there's no such thing as luscious backyards. Unless you're in he was in it's like if you're trying to get up to Beverly Hills, right? He's at the bottom of the hill, of the Hollywood Hills. Well, second tier. There's like maybe 8 feet width on each side between your neighbors. If something, and trust me, there's a lot of elderly people that live in these communities that have been trying to get Governor Gavin Newsom to stop these production companies from putting their name and their credit and their reputation on the line and putting all these kids in there. And then what? Well, not every producer thinks that their 21-year-old new superstar rising artist is going to go around dismembering folks. So, you live and you learn, the more you know, like, what? What? I don't care that they didn't think about the end. Why was he having an 11-year-old girl? February 14th, when she was 11 years old, he was her first Valentine. He writes about these lyrics. He writes about what I'm talking about right now. These are lyrics in his song. I don't feel like getting the PIP and doing all that. It's really not my style. I just come on here and talk. If you go look for the stuff, it's out there. It's public now, again, because his dad's the fucking worst lawyer in the world. We'll get there. We're getting to more gruesome stuff, right? The whole internet was when Steve Fisher, the investigator, I love Steve Fisher. I love Steve Fisher. I'm going to put Steve Fisher, David just made him world-renowned public investigator. And he actually loves what he does. So, hoorah for him, David. You just lost all your money and gave it to a private investigator who is going to put you in prison. So, the more you know, David, Neo, Asia, all the rest of them. Celeste Herrera, who also, she lives closer to me. She lives behind that little shopping area. She lives, I think it was 11 something miles between her and him, but they went to the same junior high school. And she is also a streamer. When he moved here to Houston and his mom, the media says, took him out of school. He was being bullied and he was awkward. Well, that's putting it one way, I guess. So, that's the story that they were trying to get us to believe. I wasn't buying it for one fucking second. I go around telling my kids, I'm a human and lie detector test. The only time these people are allowed to lie in this house is during the months of November and December. Everybody's allowed to turn their location off only while they're driving. Only while they're driving. Because of Christmas. We have a no shit, like the Kardashians say, Bible, or I don't like to swear on God or on my family. And we say no shit. And if you say a lie during no shit, you'd probably be shunned from the entire family. So, that's the rule. I wanted to know somebody who had to be, I had escorts. I'm probably the reason we have school cops. I had to have police escorts. It was so fucking embarrassing. I never knew why. They singled me out. But it is tragic when you are bullied to that point. I had to go to 3 junior highs in the same district. And they just let me go my 8th grade year last semester because I'm a scholar student. And they were like, they couldn't handle the bullies. And there was no school cops back then. They were paying officers to personally take me from class to class because they did it with a student aide. That didn't work. They did it with 2 counselors. That didn't work. And they did it with the AP and the principal. These girls did not give a fuck about rules. This is when gangs were running rampant across the country. This is the time frame. So for David's mom to say, knowing what he's done, they know what he's done. They know what he's into. They signed, or at least Colleen did, the paperwork. They had to acknowledge they knew when they moved here what he was into. An incident happened at junior high within the first semester. He hadn't even been here. And in Texas, he got expelled. He's not allowed to go to any schools in the entire state. When you get expelled in Texas, you are done. Done. Wait and go get your GED. You fucked it up. We do not play. So as I'm watching this case unfold, and I personally want to find as much information about the victim. Again, I work cases backwards. So I'm over here trying to find as much information about Celeste as possible. The videos that they have of her, I have a friend that can get into CCTVs that are on the things. I have been around the world. I don't like to be stagnant unless I'm depressed, and I'll be right here for months. But TMZ is telling me that Ashley Benfield, all of the independent reporters, journalists that I know, love, and watch and support, I'm like, okay, fuck. Not saying fuck Celeste, just fuck this shit right now. We need to get this guy, we need to get his friends. This is when the pictures started coming out. And the videos, the little short reels started coming out. That stuff came from digital stuff that Steve Fisher recovered from the house. The same house where the incinerator and the chainsaw. You can go to jail just for having that stuff in the Hollywood Hills. An incinerator in a zip code that always has wildfires, you might as well have assaulted somebody. It's that bad of a crime. California rules are superiorly strict on purpose. They just do their own thing over there. So I'm like, okay. But I'm still watching. At that time, I was watching the video of her coming around she's leaving and she's coming around the liquor store. A bunch of people were sending me all these clips, and I'm going through, and TMZ had reported they had a guy go out there, talk to the liquor store guy. He said that when they first reported, they said that she was at the liquor store every day. And I'm like, how the fuck is she getting? She even looks like a 12-year-old. It's not that she looked older. She did not. She looked her age. Actually, she looked younger. So for all these people and all these pictures and all the videos where you can highlight where the managers are, and here's Celeste, not the fake one, Celeste, and she's always hanging out with Caleb. Celeste Herrera, in my opinion, and Caleb Anthony, no, Bert, sorry. They were both decoys. Both decoys. Earlier in the story, I told you, Caleb and David look identical. If David was like 3 years younger and still had a little bit of his cheeks like Caleb does, it makes perfect sense. Because they're going in these back ways, they're trying to hide. He's acting like he's fucking Michael Jackson and stuff, walking through backdoor kitchen. Homie, if I haven't heard of you, you are not fucking important. You are an industry plant. You're going to be around for like 2 or 3 years. You're going to commit a crime, and you're going to accidentally self-exit. That's the game. We're in the Hunger Games now, people. That's the layout. That is the layout. But we're not talking about any individual. This person, David, during his spare time in COVID, found the acoustics in his sister's closet, started on BandLab. The fact that he promotes that he just puts it on BandLab is it's so disrespectful to musicians. Like, what? That's all you use? A fucking app? And this guy's got, he's like Tekashi 6ix9ine. I liked 6ix9ine. I still do. I'm ready for him to come out. He gets out in a couple of weeks. I like interesting people. If I haven't heard of you, you're not interesting. But right now, David is the most interesting person to me. The most. So, February 14th, he meets Celeste. Story goes, allegedly, they were at a show together, whatever. And he was like, well, how are you going to get home? She's a runaway. And he even said, and the last 3 interviews he did, and one of them was with DJ Vlad. And he said, I think, if memory corrects me, that's the one where I got the most information. Because Vlad, he's going to make you answer some questions. And he's paying the artists for these interviews. He pays them a lot to get us the information that we fucking want to know. So, Steve Fisher, nobody had ever heard of him. Just like nobody had ever heard of me or any other reputable people. We're called private for a reason. I only go public when I need to address the public. So, I make these PSAs. David's incident, allegedly, at this particular junior high, he was expelled. So they're never going to tell you that part. He made up some story about how his mom got tired of teaching, so she decided to retire early. These are quotes from him from interviews. And he says that he didn't want his mom to stay home alone, and he wasn't being really bullied at school. I've gone to the school, both schools, because he was recruiting older boys from the high school, allegedly, to join this club that I'm getting ready to tell you about. I'm going to talk about it just for under 5 minutes because it's not going to stop. I am a person that lives in the realm of reality. I have no imagination, which makes me the best at multitasking. I'm just different. I don't know how else to explain it. You just have to keep coming back. I'm not charging you to be here. You can get out anytime you want. But for those of you who want to know what you're being lied to about, and if I find the truth, I'm going to tell it to you. I've been speaking the truth since I started working in occult shops, metaphysical shops. That's what they're really called. Anyways, I started working at volunteering there, and I started teaching classes. What? Trump is on one. When isn't he? So, if I come out for a non-cooking video, you already know I'm not reading cards no more. If I'm not coming on here to cook or shoot the shit with my husband or post MGK videos, I am MGK'd out every day. Every day. I even customized my own shoes. If you don't see me in my MGK sitting here, well, starting tomorrow, y'all are going to see that wall. I'm actually going to be filming from here because the sun, the crescent window, anyway, it'll be great. That's what I'm working on today. But I had to get this video out. Oh, okay. So he says that his mom he didn't want his mom to be alone. That's the story he wants us to believe. When you go to the school and you have some credentials and you wait 6 weeks and you finally get the approval or the denial of the representative of that district, if anyone feels that they are living in danger for fear from a neighbor's past life in Texas, they'll make you move. We don't want you. We don't fucking want you. So I was like, okay, I'm reading the paperwork. It was a group effort. I don't know if anybody, what is the name of that damn, oh man. The girl who self-exited and left those tapes, it was on Netflix, left the tapes behind, and she had a tape for every single person. I haven't eaten since yesterday. My brain's not working. Anyways, picture that. I wish my daughter was in the chat. She knows it. 16 Reasons Why, I think is what it was called. Anyway, David's life blueprints the very horrible, the character of the football player in that series. I'm going with 16 Reasons Why. That's what my brain is telling me. I've seen it. And there was a lot of discord, not the streaming thing, the discord on social media with the parents saying that Netflix needed to take that down, that they don't want their kids to live in fear. Wake the fuck up. You don't want your kids to live in fear. Maybe don't have them. Maybe you should rethink that in our current state of affairs. Because I'm going to tell you right now, a parent of a 27-year-old all the way down to 18, I have 3 adults that I have raised poorly, and I'm coming out good on the other side, making up for it. You have to pay attention to your children. I personally see it as parental negligence. Hoda Kapta, or whatever her name is, I'm so sorry, on one of those morning shows, I follow her on social media. And she says some of the gnarliest shit. And I'm just like, why can you say it, but when we say it, we're perpetuating propaganda? Because it doesn't fit the narrative. So it is my belief and my hope and my vision that if I follow their rules for a little bit, I get away with a lot more on YouTube. They just loosen the reins on the language that we can use. Because I petition that shit right away. It shuts down true crime completely. And we're already going to be taken out by AI. I'm using AI as a personal assistant. And she only costs $50 a month. She posts stuff for me while I'm asleep. And she pulls up story. Y'all that say you don't want to know about AI, I'm going to tell you right now, if this case doesn't get you on your apps, Chat GPT, just start there. Anybody can use it. My dog can use it. I've used it on some of my thumbnails because I was just being fucking lazy. And those videos don't get seen. The algorithm, when you make that, I'm explaining this to you because it pertains to this case. When you use AI to create something, you can trademark the image, but you'll never be able to copyright it because AI owns it. And in order for AI to allow you to use it on social media, you have to push a button now that says AI image. Well, there's a lot of photos that have been released, even more so now that David's dad stupidly, in trying to protect his son, filed here in Texas because they're residents of Texas. the writ of habeas corpus that basically he's sending an appeal to say that he shouldn't have to go to California. He's not a resident of California. His son is not a resident of California. And this motherfucker actually had the audacity to say how he wanted them in California to secure his immunity and to make sure he wouldn't be arrested. He did not mention his wife, Colleen, or Caleb. The paperwork came out a couple of weeks ago because he filed that writ of habeas corpus in Texas. That's like eating iceberg lettuce. It's valueless. We don't want you here. We don't want you here. The other infiltrees that come through here, we know they're here. And we know, just like in New York, where this family was born and raised, Brooklyn at that, anybody can be paid off for anything, right? This kid has had 3 violent, and at this point 4. They caught the 4th one he was not charged with because she fought for her life and got out of there. But it was always at school. So the narrative is that he wants us to believe that his mom was tired of her passion. There's videos of her mom when she became a teacher. She was like ringing a cancer bell and shit. She was so excited to work with these little kids. And so was David. He was so excited. I live in a very nice community, nice suburb area. They have outside adult people who want to infiltrate these high schools with sprinkles, little white sprinkles, like you put on your cupcake. And the only way they can do that without, if I drive anywhere in my community and I see one car out of place, I make them feel so uncomfortable. And I know that there's a chance that they could take me out. But I don't want anybody in this zip code to fall victim to what happened to Celeste. And as a parent who takes in these kids off the road, I technically kidnapped one of them, and his grandma was on a high-speed chase with me, and I'm on the phone in the car. I think I had OnStar at the time. And the cop is following me, and he's like, "Ma'am, you have to let that child go. The child was being severely abused." And the kid was being severely abused. I heard it and I saw it for myself. My son had been telling me, and I said, "Dude, we can't save everybody." We saved him. The courts gave him back to the grandma. His parents are in prison. And now he is too. And she had a restraining order on me, and I didn't even know until a couple of months ago. I am that bitch. I don't only want to... I will helicopter y'all's children. I will helicopter and tell you what's going on in your zip codes. but I'm a crop duster when it comes to my children and my animals and my husband. Don't come for my family, because I'm the one. He can be on Pride Rock all he wants to be, but behind every strong man is an even stronger woman helping him stand up. That's not the case with Colleen and DeWatt. Actually, it's quite the opposite. 12222, claim it. I'm getting ready to wrap it up, I promise. The story, I just have so much research, and I wait for some of my trusted colleagues we're in the same network. I'm like, y'all, there's so much. He was like, you have access that we don't because we don't live in Texas. And I was like, fuck. So I was up. The judge was denying these appeals at like 12 o'clock. Then they reapplied. And that one, the DA threw it out at like 2 o'clock in the morning. At that time, my phone dinger starts going off. And that's when the case broke. But we didn't know about the condition or identification. None of that. All we knew is there was a body that appeared to be dismembered. That let me know she's been in there for a long time, because she was completely emulsified. She was like gelatin. If that doesn't make you want to go to your school and grab your kids right now and just hug them, I don't know how to get through to you. And you may just want to go kick rocks in traffic. Like, if that alone, she was emulsified. That's another reason that they're at war. The medical examiners and the district attorney's office, in this day and time, you think the jury is like, you don't know if you're going to get picked to be on this case. It's random. But what's not random is how social media keeps these stories alive. And big media talk shit about us when they're doing the same thing. They got fired from their big people. They got ate up by the big people. So they started Independent News Nation. I love them. But even them, they are scared to say legal and medical words. They're not offensive. If I'm up here saying, see you next Tuesday, and, go, I don't talk like that. I don't, unless you piss me off, I will come out with some Jerry Springer shit, and I won't be able to repeat it. I'm a very passionate speaker, as you can tell. So, when they said it appeared, they didn't even know the sex of the body. Allegedly. This was all on TMZ. You can go look it up. When Harvey said the word appeared to be dismembered, that told me two things. No body under 4 feet or over 4 feet is going to fit in the frunk of a Tesla. You cannot fit a body in there over 4 feet without them being a triangle and breaking their neck. They're very small. Teslas don't go far. They don't need space. You have to charge them every couple hours. Stupidest invention ever. Anyways, back to the story. I have a lot of opinions. That's why my husband, Brandon, please excuse her, because every Sunday he's got to come and make it make sense for y'all. So he was homeschooled. Let's go back to the homeschool, because I'm speaking on interviews that he's done as well that have come up that are not in the mainstream media. And I haven't seen, there was 3 videos that me and a friend of mine found that were here in Texas. I don't have access to any other states like that. Just here. So we had that footage and everything. Steve Fisher is the man. He knows more than any of us. And he let us know, just like Epstein, he had been telling the cops, hey, the owner of the house is going to change the security system. He wants it upgraded. They are going to be here. He'd been telling them for weeks. And he kept making excuses. He was the messenger between the owner of the house and the freaking cops. They did not want to go. What? What? You just found an emulsified body in a frunk of a Tesla. We already found out who is registered to. Quick Google search. He's a Spotify sensation with absolutely no talent. And on that particular day, he was doing a show in Tacoma, Washington. Right? Big alibi, right? Greatest alibi. But true crimers and anybody that works in true crime, in law enforcement or otherwise, we knew right then and there the words that were used by Harvey Levin. People that are in the media, even Savannah Guthrie, they are very specific with their words. And unless you know that, or you are me and have spidey senses, and I pick up on cues, a lot of people wouldn't have a lot of the extra footage that gets leaked. So then we start getting the videos. Then I go back to Celeste, right? I go back. So at this point, she's 14 years old. I'm fast forwarding. All the while, I'm going to go back and tell you real quick about that group. And then you can take the information and do what you want with it. That group, when he got involved in this group, it took his already sinister mind. This is not an average serial killer. This is not an average person that wants to be infamous for doing these crazy things. It is an addiction. A lot of people have it. And it is a very good defense when you commit crimes like this, unfortunately. It is. In Texas, we don't give a fuck if you were on 2C, if you were on bath salts, if you thought you was a zombie, we don't care. You're going to the death penalty. That's where you're going. If you do Florida drugs here and whack out, visiting Austin, you are going to prison if you do what he did, allegedly. So parents, always, I don't care if your kid's 50, I don't care if your kid's 60. You need to check in with your kids every night. I'm not saying you gotta say I love you. I'm just now in the last 5 years through therapy learning how to work through my trauma, and my triggers will always be there because I've been through some shit. My PTSD is severe. I get 11-year-old Celeste. The first time I ran away to live with a friend, I was 10. My parents did not give one fuck. They didn't even... My mom and dad never woke us up for school. Ever. Like me back in Louisiana in kindergarten, I had a big analog clock with the big red numbers. And it only had one sound. It's highly annoying. But not only did I have to get myself up for kindergarten, this pattern continued. 4 years later, she had my brother, and I'm taking care of him. My mom said she had depression. Whatever. Now I got this baby. And then 10 years later, my mom and dad had my younger siblings. So I am closer to my brother that's right under me. But there's a huge divide. Why is this important? When he was in the closet stealing rips off a fucking app, putting down lyrics, and telling us bullshit, holding a Hello Kitty pillow. Whoa. You know, I'm a Spidey Sense person, right? The Hello Kitty shit is like candy back in the 80s when the little guys would come around with the puppy dogs and the candy, and we checked our Halloween candy because guys were using candy to lure little children. That doesn't work anymore. Kids have debit cards, they have bank accounts, they have phones, they have cars, because they're on their phones and they're quiet, so the parents don't care. They don't care anymore. If you were growing up in the 80s and the 90s, your parents were on your ass. David grew up in a wholesome family. That's not alleged. That is something they have all said in interviews. So I'm not going to say alleged, but I am going to call bull motherfucking shit. He already had 3 cases from Brooklyn. I wish I had my map here. I'll have a map behind me over there. From Brooklyn. They know what he's into. His brother is on the record stating that when he was little, they asked him if he had any hobbies, if he was going to, because he would, oh, sorry, I need to fucking eat. Let me wrap this up. Jesus. He was being interviewed at the Fonda Arena. This footage is not released, but I'm going to tell you what's in there. You can find it, but you have to be very specific with how you word your search in YouTube. It's only on YouTube. And I found it accidentally. When I posted it on my storyboard, it disappeared. And I was like, maybe it's going to be a part of the case. When stuff like that happens, I'm not attached. In this line of work, you can't get attached. I would have died already of 1 million heart attacks. David, from the earliest record, 6 years old, just doing weird shit to kids on the playground, pinching their skin, twisting it because he wanted to make them bleed. He was the bully. And anytime he could get around young girls. He liked young girls, allegedly, and he liked men his age that girls would swoon to, right? That is the new candy. It is. Be famous. I wouldn't call him famous, but whatever. Be famous. Be hot. And like, you have to be hot no matter what nationality you are. You need to come packing with your tins, right? Money. Actually, girls put shoes first. I do too. If your shoes are fucked, I'm done. But I've been married 25 years, so he can rock whatever the fuck he wants. But in the video, Caleb was asked a question about if he missed his brother, if he was going to stay on tour with him, because it was summertime. It was right before school was getting ready to start. And this was in 2025. And they already found the body. But they couldn't identify her. So homie knew. He knew. That, I'm not going to say allegedly. Because I am not a fucking moron. And now, because of his dad, I want to learn how to make memes so bad. If anybody, I will pay you to teach me how to make a meme. His dad is so stupid. He didn't know what state he was messing with when he came from New York to Texas. We don't get along. Mason-Dixon line, hello, read the planet. He may have had a name over there. But you start from the bottom over here. Even when Drake moved in here, he's treated like every other motherfucker that's here. And we know, we shop the Galleria Mall. We go to these, my daughter's 18th birthday party. If we looked around, we'd probably see some celebrities that we know where they are. But not even the tourists go and bother them. We don't act that way here. We don't. Do we have gang violence? Sure. But do we have a sheriff, a mayor, a district attorney, a governor that is going to rip them a new one? And they do it in chunks. They do it in chunks. Yes, it is sad that they watch these girls get trafficked. Literally, where it's not even 2 miles from my home. Hit it back there in a very new truck stop. We didn't want that truck stop there. I know what goes on in truck stop. I was a single female driver for 5 years. I have seen some shit. But money rules the fucking country, right? So they put it there. Within a month, the very enthusiastic Hispanic groups that border my state, that are in the business of making billions of dollars, running businesses better than Trump could ever imagine. We are aware. We don't bother them. They don't bother us. They let the cops do. They took their oath. We know that the law, when they're moving slow, and the cops aren't hiding from them. They're watching them. Everybody's showing all their cards. But they're waiting for the bigger bust to take them down in a RICO. We don't care. It sucks. Especially when my brother comes home, because he's truck driving now. And I'm just like, man, what the fuck? Some of these girls are Celeste age. And they're still being tricked out and they're pregnant. They're pregnant. But we do trust our system. Our system is, you have to sacrifice some for the greater good of all. Why is that important? Because this is what the holdup is with this case. Beth Silverman, they didn't put her in this case for any reason. Just like me, she has a stellar fucking record and reputation. You can't touch her resume. You can't. And when people work like that, I know because I'm one of them, we are going to find everything that we can, just like they did with Koberger. We were all outraged. My terminal was in Picatola, Idaho. I was driving through there at that time. Sad case. Banners and pictures up everywhere. And I'm just like, I'm driving. I'm keeping America moving, getting your stuff to your Walmarts. And we see more carnage, more trafficking than anyone in the country, other than the people that are running the businesses. David Anthony Burke, going back to Brooklyn. Whoop, I saved y'all. Sorry, I've been sitting crisscross this whole time. It hurts. Are you going to fall? I'll fall. Anyways, I'm wrapping this up. So, Caleb is on the record. Let me take this off. Stand better. Bitch. Get off me. So anyways, Caleb was doing an interview at the Fonda Theater. He was so excited. Celeste was right there with him. Celeste walked in the theater with him, and she stood by him. And then the two managers were over there. They knew Celeste was there. They all rode in the same Sprinter van. CCTV cameras caught the van. But it doesn't prove anything. All it proves is that there was an underage girl and Caleb, being an underage boy, sneaking in to a concert they probably shouldn't have been at. As the public, we see it for what it is. And I'm sure the LAPD and Beth Silverman see it for what it is. But if you can't actually prove it, that's how people get away with murder. He's been into gore. I never let my kids be into that anime crap. My son didn't get into it until he got older. But when they were playing these games, my first daughter's father, he's played games. He's probably still playing games. I mean, that's all he did. That's all Caleb did. And that's all David did. But Caleb was actually just, he's a kid playing games. David was, whatever he says, gooning. I don't even know what the fuck that meant. I don't even care to research it. If somebody knows what gooning is, put it in the comments. What I saw was a PDF twerking on a stream of underage girls. They were telling him what to do, and he would do it. Wearing a shirt that said, "I love boobs," surrounded by teenagers. This motherfucker should have already been arrested for being a PDF. Arrest him for something. Question him. He's never been questioned. And now, because his father did this, we have all the information we need. He's the target of the investigation on at least one count of murder. That is a fact on a court document. You can go pull it up yourself. When I get situated, I'll put all this shit up. I don't care to, though. When I come on here, I don't need props. I just need people to listen, understand, accept, or move on. I'm here for the people who want to be here at the end of the fucking war that is going on. It's been going on. It's since the dawn of time. This has been going around since the Jesus Crusade. And I'm going to piss a lot of people off saying that Jesus was hanging out with the hoes. He wasn't fucking them. But it's in the Bible. He was hanging out with the prostitutes. Guess what? They had pimps. This has been going on. Can we talk about Mormonism? The LDS community? As soon as the girls start bleeding, they're pregnant. This is real life. This is hard to listen to. But if you are a parent, you should be taking fucking notes. You're being lied to. You are always being lied to. Hell, the research that I pull up could be bullshit. That's why we say, in my opinion, allegedly. But if you want to know my real personal opinion, hell no. Wait, what? Hold on. I gotta take my glasses off. I can't see close. Somebody for... Y'all, I'm not doing readings. I'm not. I don't even... This is that's a personal matter that I need to take up with my clients. I need to finish this video. So, as somebody who loves to use my senses, my sixth sense, my common sense, my 30 plus years no. I have been fascinated. I'll put it to you this way. I've been married. July will be 24 years. We've been together 25. He sleeps in there. I sleep in here. One, he just loves the couch. But two, we do not agree on... I don't like the movies that he watches. And I keep my TV so loud and I scream at my TV all day, all night. I don't care who I interrupt. And again, this house has glass, it's windows everywhere. It's very open, but the very vaulted ceilings, it echoes. So even though I don't plan to shove all of this carnage to them, they still hear it. So I have to set up a studio here in the room. Going back to the closet, in David's closet, or David's sister's closet, that's who we need to be praying for. That little girl is so fucking innocent. She's seeing stuff. She's reading stuff. In my opinion, if I was her, I'd be doing the same shit. You can't run from it. If this is happening in your family and you... Why are you on the TV right now? His family knows. His friends know. And Neo, I hate plea deals. I hate them. And enough prosecutors are getting fucking tired of these goddamn plea deals. That's not in the Constitution. That every heinous, murdering piece of shit can just say, I'm guilty in public 1 time, or Koberger's case 4 times, and get to go sit in a jail cell and whine and get commissary, have a TV. What? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? His professors, his teachers, the students that all came out after the fact, that had documents, written fucking documents of discrepancies and grievances, back and forth from the university to him. And he always thought he was the smartest guy in the room. Social media sleuths, true crime enthusiasts, the psychic community. We don't like to be called psychics. It's metaphysical. Okay? I don't like titles. I am a person who just has a lot of information. People like David slip through the cracks because they have support systems. Ted Bundy had a wife, had a kid, never hurt him. Never hurt that child, never hurt the mother, never. That was his support system. And after his kills, who did he call? His wife. She knew. They always know. Always. And in this case, there's documents all the way back to elementary. David spun this story. He was born and raised in one of our wards, and they were born real poor. Dad had to start over again with his law business. We're in Texas. My next door neighbor could be a lawyer. My actual next door neighbor, he trains canines. He's a cop. But you never know who your children are talking to unless you use the tools. And be discreet about it. Or like me. My son turned his location off the other day. He was doing something private. It's not November or December. He's 21 fucking years old. I said, hey, what the fuck? And he put it back on. 27-year-old. She's still on the Life 360. You are going to make enemies with your children. It's going to happen. When they get older, though, I can promise you, as long as you're not committing crimes on your child, right? Because when they get to 40, they're going to cut you off completely. Because at age 40, that's when your trauma really starts to affect you. Scientifically proven. And I've lived it. And all my friends have lived it. So, they knew. I could sit here and go through John Wayne Gacy, Kepner. They all were married, had families. They were pillars of their community. Sounds a little bit like DeWad Burke. The civil lawyer helping make peace in family disputes in the rough Brooklyn, New York, stricken by poverty. And I'm being sarcastic on purpose. I actually lived this story, but here in Houston, Texas. And I don't ask for mercy, and I don't ask for grace. I'm unapologetically changing my tone. But my Gen X, that's my DNA. I'm going to be here teaching all of the younger people. The Gen Xers we are the next boomers. So when technology crashes in a few years, all of our kids are going to figure out they don't know how to do life. They don't. They're going to rely on AI? ChatGPT in the first couple of months had the most self-exits than a mass shooting. And my brother was purposely trying to get around. They have a disclaimer. Now, there's always trial and error. So, David took advantage of these things. Latchkey kids. I was a latchkey kid. Everyone I knew was a latchkey kid. I've always lived in very safe areas because my dad needed to blend in to do stuff. So I watched all of these rich kids. It was very much like Euphoria. And I am so ready for the fourth season. But my high school experience was like that. My home life, I didn't have a home most of my life. David is stolen somebody's story. Maybe he stole mine. Because I started ratting his ass out. He probably had ChatGPT curate his fucking story for him, if I'm being perfectly honest. It'll do and create scripts, descriptions, images. I guarantee I am a good singer. Actually, I come from a family of professional singers. That is not alleged. That's a fact. But I don't go around killing people and using it and giving out free concert tickets at junior high schools. At junior high schools. And in the video, he says, oh, we got to hit up. Fifth graders got lunch over there. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Why hasn't anything happened? I am at the point now. Steve Fisher's at the point now. We're all made a pact. I am claiming, because I'm the only psychic in the network that's working this case accurately with my reputation. I claimed the paperwork, indictment, there was something was going to go down Valentine's Day. And it did. He was named the target. Only because the first 2 weeks of February, his parents were trying to get out of going. I can say his parents were interviewed here in Houston at their home. The news covered it. But AI, allegedly. Oh, Caleb was interviewed too. They did not interview the sister. The sister has she is a victim in all of this. She just had a closet with not a lot of clothes in it. But now that she knows, I can only imagine how she feels. She's watching her older brother, who she has gone on the record. You can hear it in her voice. She's feeling all these emotions at once. She doesn't even know how she's feeling. And now all of this disgusting, sinister, vile details. That's only the first page. They don't want this to go to court. But Beth Silverman does. And I'm with her. It is going to suck for the family to have to go to trial. All of his friends that we have videos, pictures, car rides, knives, random trips to the middle of the desert for no fucking reason. I've been out there. Unless you're looking to get mauled by a cougar, there's nothing out there. The stars. That's it. You don't see the mountains at night. If you put your headlights on, they look like creepy, really big statues. And statues I love clowns. Okay? The way people hate clowns, I hate statues. They freak me out. They give me bad energy. And being a truck driver and just liking to drive, period, they scare me. Nothing in life scares me. Ever. Ever. I got God. He will catch me when I fall. And he will pick me up and I'll dust myself off and we'll try again. But I am damn scared of statues. I am fascinated by the pyramids though. That was just a little quick sidebar. I have to do that for my soul because just trust. If you have not seen the documents yet, do not do it. Just the first page, the first paragraph. After it said they have the state of California versus David Anthony Burke and all their, credentials over here. And then it says target, what the charge is. And then it was just pages. Pages. I'm used to seeing this. I'm used to reading these things. I want to know. Because I like to profile people. The way lawyers use precedented cases to manipulate the system. Say, hey, this judge 50 years ago, same case, and the homie walks free. It's the same thing. David has had the same profile that I couldn't fit in any notebook of any local killer. I consider him a local killer because I believe I'm going to be able to tie him to some very gruesome unsolved cases here in Houston. And that is in my opinion. I will share my opinion with the officials. That is my opinion, and that's my next project. Just because, okay, he was already committing crimes, violent crimes against younger girls back there in Brooklyn. They get a new start. I don't know why they picked that. Maybe they close their eyes and boom. But anyways, he's there. He's been there the whole time, but y'all have been asking. His lawyers told TMZ where he was. Then they had to move to a different location because homie's got like 5 houses. And they're in different states, but that was another clue. Why was he in a rental when further up the hill, he had just purchased his own home? There's 2 houses that are going to come out in this case. 2, not just the one. And the media, because of the confusion between the medical examiner and the prosecution at the LAPD, they keep giving these weird statements. Waterlogged. Okay? So TMZ went with maybe she was frozen. If they knew they were going to leave her there for a long time. Y'all have all heard this. If you haven't, go pull up any YouTuber and just type you could type Celeste, but when you type D4VD, you got enough content for the rest of your life. And the trial hasn't even started. And that's where this case is going to get very interesting. 111. Claim it. This case is going to get very interesting because his parents hiding and knowing the behavior that their son was doing and why they had to move, uproot everything they've ever known, leave all their family behind to come hide out in a quintessential Houston suburb so he could blend in. When you have a killer on your hands, or he had already, Caleb said, they used to go out in the woods and step on animals to see what would happen. He's not that original. Actually, he's not original at all. His music's fake. He's fake. His friends are fake. Like, everything about him is fake. Everything. Except his lyrics. Young Boy does it. Lil Baby does it. They all do it. It takes somebody like me. I heard the verse and the chorus, and I turned that shit off. There's another rapper I called that was real popular. He's dead now. So I don't want to say it. It's between two. I don't like the music these days. Actually, I have not listened to another music artist since I found MGK, and that's been about 5 years ago, maybe longer. We have the same story, so I'm answering the girl that was in my DM. I can answer the comments faster. My DMs stay blocked because I was MIA for like 3 years. I think it was 2. I don't know. I had to take a sabbatical. And the rumors were that I passed away. I do have a lot of medical conditions. But this is sharp as a tack. And my passion, I don't have to make 3 meals a day anymore. Yes, my son and daughter are here. My son's, girlfriend, hopefully future wife. We love her. She lives here. My brother is here whenever he comes. We have, it's a culture thing. When you get older, you just want your family around. My 18-year-old, it hurts her that we're all getting old, people are dying, and people stop showing up to, dinner events and birthdays. And when your family has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in it, it just fades away. And if we don't keep Celeste Rivas Hernandez on our pages every single day, she will be forgotten, and her story will never end. It'll never be heard. It won't. It'll fade away. Her story, her 14 years of life, she was found on the day before her 15th birthday. That's why I tell you, February 14th, he met her when he was 16, 17. She was 11. When this happened, he's 21 and she was found September 8th. September 9th, she would have been 15. His parents have known. And they're not trying to protect him. At this point, after there has been multiple swatting events, which I normally don't think is funny, but he's been here. And we know where he is. And I don't go out there and antagonize people. I went to the school, got some information, to put it in my notes. And, I'm like a private investigator. I just run around and ask questions. I ask questions that the obvious person would not ask, because I see things differently. And words, ding, 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 it's like a bell in my ear. I listen to the words. Words have meaning. So, Celeste family has not and will not speak to anyone in the media, police, nobody, because they are dreamers, allegedly, based on documents that were found. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be in the country. A dreamer is a child that would have been born in South America somewhere. Usually it's Mexico. If they're... My daughter has a friend, right? He goes back and forth to Mexico all the time. That's where his dad and his other family are. He is considered a dreamer. His family is all in Mexico, and then you migrate somebody over here, have your children here, and that used to be your ticket into here. That made Celeste and her family, she's the only citizen. They're dreamers. Dreamers don't talk to the cops. They don't. I lost my job protecting a dreamer, and she's still here. I worked at a wine bar where like all of our Houston athletes, it's in the Galleria area. 3 drunk douchebags wanted to hit on her, and they reached over and they grabbed her by her chest. And I jumped over that bar, ripped my entire pants, did not care. Ran them the fuck off. He said, "What about my beer?" Boom! I smashed that shit. Get the fuck out of my bar. People know what other people are doing. And it was only a matter of time before, in my opinion, if I put myself in that fucked up, twisted friend group, I believe they are giving Neo a lot of shit, because Steve Fisher has confirmed Neo was the last person to move that stinky car. And that's how it got caught. You can't, unless you've been to the Hollywood Hills, their windy roads are just maybe 6 inches wider than an average sidewalk in between the cars. It's very, very, very tight. And nobody can see you coming around those corners. You have to have your lights on. So that's the landscape. Steve Fisher said, "Hey, we're changing out this shit. The alarm system, new security system." He wants to, as long as no criminal activity happen here, he wants to get it away from his house. He wanted to keep renting the house at $20 million a month, or 20,000. I don't know. I don't know. If you got more money than me, I'm not counting that high. I don't like to waste my time. So anyways, his family was interviewed here. Not in my bedroom, but over there in his house. he was the target, and so they body snatched him, and now he's over there. I believe, and this is just a prediction, I haven't thought too much about it. I'm trying to see if I was Beth Silverman, I would, and she is this kind of prosecutor. She's very vindictive. She fights hard for the victims. She's gonna get justice. And she will know how many strands of hair David has on his entire body before we know what she knows. It's going to be an impossible case, but the other questionable suspects who refused to go over there and answer their question. If you knew that was going on, and, you know, she's rumored to have been, I also believe this event happened in the spring. And just from digital footprints, surveillance, and where the Tesla was, when it was, where it was, who was in it, there's all the evidence points to spring, early summer. I say it was March 28th, his birthday. Everything I've studied about the dumbest person on earth, all of his search histories, all of the you can pull people's search histories just by having their IP address. So when you're online, use the VPN, please. Anyone with an IP address can hack your shit. Even your cloud deleted files. So, Neo, we all saw he got arrested in Montana, hiding in Montana. Coincidentally, where all the indigenous people, women and children go missing, that's where he's from. Coincidence? I think not. But speculative, it's my opinion. I told y'all in the beginning, Montana, especially truck stops. If you see a hot dude at a truck stop and you're a young girl, you're going to go talk to them. You're going to. You think they're going to be protection for you. Even when my daughter goes out, I'm like, who are you going with? And if she's going with somebody, a dude who I think is not going to be able to protect her, I say pick another one or you're not going. They use this to their advantage. That guy, Morgan Rothenstein or whatever the fuck, the white manager at the junior high schools with no permission, trespassing, loitering, and luring girls, teenage girls. He wasn't giving those tickets to the homies. He was like, man, you see the dudes in the video. Now, this is not alleged. This is fact. It's on the videos. When you go look up this case, if you've been living under a rock, go look up this case. These are factual videos. The schools released the videos. And it's just him, the white manager. He has a really long, I think it's Morgan sign, something. I don't fucking know. I don't care. He's guilty too. They all are. And that is why I believe this is taking so long. Kohlberger, we were all frustrated. I'm still frustrated. I'll tell you why in a minute. Because that's the next segment I'm doing next week. So, his parents, his past, everything, his juvenile record, everything has been unsealed because of the actions of his parents. And the fucked up thing is, if they were loving parents trying to save their son, and this is the first thing, he was a great kid, and this was the first body he just decided to experiment with. Okay, there'd be some shock. You'd be worried for your son. You'd be like, what the fuck is going on? This is for life. But they've known the whole time. Then Caleb gave an interview with one of those famous people at the Fonda Arena. That's where we see Celeste the most. New photos are coming out that Steve Fisher found that show Celeste, her phone, her cup, her shirts in the background. She was there every day. If she was not at her home, she was over there. And her parents knew that she had a boyfriend named David. That is all they knew. That's it. They couldn't pick him out of a lineup. They don't know what color he is. They don't know what he does for a living. They don't know anything. They know nothing. And this is the first time they're hearing about it. But over here in Houston, the dad doesn't even put appeals for the wife and the son to try to protect them. He said, can you get a document up that says that guarantees that I won't be arrested at LAX? Well, who the fuck do you think you are? And better yet, how much money are you taking from your parishioners? People trust this guy. He's a pastor of a mini mega church. He broke ground. He's breaking ground. Probably not anymore. On a mega church like Lakewood, but Baptist, 15 miles away from my house. He was a pillar of the community. This is the first case where the support system was and is the entire family. They have been hiding what their son has been doing since he was 6 years old. And they want immunity. No, the dad wants it. He said, you can come get them, but I want to make sure I'm not going to be arrested. You know why? If he gets arrested, they have to close down the church and they lose their money. Common sense, folks. A lot of the times when I'm coming up with these storylines, I'm not being psychic. I'm just asking normal fucking questions. And then I go online, and when I see that y'all are starting to ask the same questions and everyone is frustrated, I come, give you everything that I know. I don't do this for a living. True crime is my biggest passion in life. That and cooking. I'll watch Dexter while I'm cooking and teaching you to cook. That's a 3-way for me, baby. I would be the happiest bitch in the world. I'm a multitasker. I bet you I could do it. But in all seriousness, so Neo, he was in Montana. I didn't even put those two things together until right now. That's fault. So Neo has some very questionable Discord posts that go to Reddit. The Davidiots, follow them. It's just look up D4VD idiots. And they are the most informational. That is where Steve Fisher he puts everything on blast. He's taunting the police on purpose because while he's given the information to the police, he still has copies of that shit. He has to, in case this goes to appeal and he has to go back to his notes. And he is on Reddit. He is he's on Twitter, X, whatever. He is putting notes out there like I am. I'm just not a professional investigator like he is. He knows who did this. He knows everything about this case. But he can't say anything. And he turned it over. She was found September the 8th. They were able to identify her 5 days later. Then news got out to David. Well, he already knew that they found his car. Then they bring him from Washington. Oh no, the tour's canceled. No. Guess you're gonna have to find a new app to steal beats. I am so disturbed by what I am fixing to tell you, and I always leave the best for last. And when somebody like me says that, I'm gonna leave you with a piece of raw information, and I always give people homework. You can do it, you cannot do it. I speak as a mother. I'm 45. I have a 27-year-old, a 21-year-old, an 18-year-old. My oldest daughter used to be like a professional model. And my youngest daughter gets hit on everywhere she goes. I make beautiful children. And my son, very handsome, very respectful. We did a good job with these kids. They all graduated. My youngest daughter was on a list of people that a particular student in her Spanish class, he hated the teacher that much that he wanted to take out the whole class. And I don't know if other states have these things, but there's an app, or you can go to the counselor in your school and you leave anonymous tips. And the kids who saw the names on that list saved about 27 lives that day. Why is this important? Well, we all know that school bangs are getting worse. Right now, like I said, they canceled the rodeo. Don't be anywhere. I have a friend and her husband and their 9 kids go to Disney every summer. They're there right now. And I pray. And they're going to be there all week. And I'm praying for them. I hate to say turn on the news because you can't believe everything. That's why people like me exist and come out of the woodworks. But I would ask you to just pick one. Definitely not CNN. I don't even know how they're operating anymore. Big pharma probably backing them. Don't watch CNN. Don't. We are all in agreement. They make up their own shit. Okay? If you don't agree, it's nice knowing you. I don't discriminate, but whatever. Discussing how does AI summary it answers y'all for me? That's weird. It's fucking weird. So, parents, please. If your kid comes home and just runs to their room, I will call my daughter to come right back downstairs. And if I'm feeling really frisky that day and my knees work, I will go up the 2 flights of stairs to go see her. That hasn't happened in a while. I want to know what you're doing. How was your day? Check on them. I suffer from severe mental illness because there's not a medication to turn my spidey senses off. And so, a lot of cases affect me sometimes, but it's more so when I get to, I don't always get to, when I get to travel to the victim's family and there's a gift that I give them, and yeah. I've never been wrong. If I am wrong about Nancy Guthrie, I've said it a million times. I will drive to Arizona, New York, if she's back at work, wherever the fuck she's at. And I will get on both knees and kiss her feet and wash them like the Bible. And I will apologize and I'll see what happened. I don't know how to formulate that concept because it's a foreign concept to me. I don't deal with people coming back. I deal with haters. They make me a lot of money. I love a hater. But for the sake of the work that I was doing full time, you can scroll. You can see a lot of you have been scrolling and go into my DMs and like, oh my God. The biggest case I did was one girl, and I just kept having to pull cards. And I was like, whoa, I grabbed 5 decks. I had to. Never done it before. I had to do 5 decks. And long story short, she was missing, but not on her own accord. She has amnesia. She's staying in some safe house. She needed help. And I used to do free readings for people who couldn't pay the $10. I don't care about the money. God blesses me. God, He got me. He gave me this gift to help people. If those people don't want the help, fine. But these cases should affect the way parents are going to have to work and learn. My son works in the IT field. He works with technology. He straight up told me, don't do it. I said, but if I don't know what's real and what's fake. So maybe his generation knows something my generation don't. But I do know that when the internet happened, when I was like 14, my dad, for the rest of his life, called me like I was a fucking customer support. They had to learn the technology. I did. I'm old. But this case in particular, even more so, and I have no regrets, even more so than the Koberger case. The details that have been made public knowledge, the description of what they found in that trunk, sorry. I don't, it's a stupid word. I mean, but whatever. Not my problem. It's so vile. I mean, there can't, diabolical, sinister, we're getting close, but millennials, make up a word. Make up a word for people that are in groups like 764. I had never heard of them until I started working this case. I am going to, I'll tell you why this is important. Very important that Beth Silverman and the detectives get this right. Otherwise, you're just catching one dude in a bigger scheme of things. Okay? I can't tell you how I know about organized crime. Just trust that I do. 764, that's the original group. Now, the way they started, they want to be, these are teenagers, by the way. These are not 18-year-olds. These are like junior high kids. Really, they are 12 to 15 or like 11 to 15. And they get on there and they sell whatever they have to get girls. And there's sadistic girls that get boys to do it. But more so, they prey on these young girls. They groom them from across a screen. They're not even grooming them in person, like physicality. There's no visceral connection. It's like talking to somebody in jail. And the girls fall for it. Because there's always an older, hotter guy that the girls are going to be like, oh, tell me about your friend. They do it in the schools every day. Every day they're doing it in the schools. Elementary, junior high, high schoolers are being told by somebody they can't rank up and get their own chapter. I'll explain that in a minute. unless they have there's a point system. So I'm a really big music and movie buff. I don't know. It had it doesn't matter who it had in it. If you remember the movie Hostel, his last name is Hernandez. I don't forget his first name. He was it doesn't matter. Just go look up the movie if you haven't seen it. In the movie Hostel, these American adults, they want to go to Amsterdam. They want to go do the whole experience. You know, it's everybody's dream. I don't know why. Everything they have there, we have here. Vegas, hello. And if you need your trafficking issues met, unfortunately, parents, listen, at least here in Houston, the biggest SMEX businesses are in the outside privileged areas, suburb areas of Houston. I'm talking some of the wealthiest neighborhoods in and around Houston. We had to watch that video. Remember I told you when I was getting my CDL. I then became a member of Truckers Against Trafficking, even on personal vehicle. I got it tattooed. And I've come across quite a few traffickers in my life. They know I am watching. And I don't care about my life. I care about my children's future. I'm 45, fixing to be 46 on the 30th. And I can honestly say, as a person who put her father, rest in peace, in prison twice, not once. I went to his parole officer the second time and said, I need you to do a random UA and send him back. And they did. But I had very good reason for doing so. My mother hired my best friend. My mother was the first murder for hire that made national news. I wore the wire that got her arrested live on national TV at the Kroger's where she was the deli manager. I have seen shit. I have been through shit. And I am fascinated with shit. People ask me, if I wouldn't have got pregnant at 17, what were my plans? I wanted to be a forensic neurologist. I wanted to cut open brains and study them. And I wanted to get some volunteers to... David is not original. He's been having these thoughts since 4, maybe 5. Would definitely know at 5. He goes to stab somebody. But he has been fascinated with pain. But more so, he's fascinated with the way that he can make people bleed and watch them either like it or it's a kink. It's sadistic, it's controlling, and it leads to death. This group. Now, the reason it's hard to catch 764 is because of the same reason I told you earlier. Don't use use VPNs every single time. Use a VPN. You can fall victim to these people. So 764 is the last 3 digits of the zip code where this cockamamie 12-year-old who thinks he's Hitler reincarnate, that's his words, not mine. Please don't go and say I'm not even going to say the word. That's what he said. This is repeated behavior. And his parents knew. This takes it to a whole other level. He didn't have just his family to support him. He calls himself, I was raised by the internet. You've only been homeschooled for 4 years. How the fuck was you raised on the internet? Weren't you supposed to be doing schoolwork? No. Instead, I call it trolling. Trolling in my day meant you were on there looking for something. Or if you break up with your boyfriend, you were on there spying over him, and you had to take a big old picture, print it out with your directions. Like, I'm talking pre-internet days. People were still following this formula. The exception to this case, and the reason I personally believe, now, they could have already gotten him on PDF. They have video, they have pictures. There's pictures of hers at one of his events, and she's sitting in between the mom and Caleb and the other Neo, whatever his name was, the Asian guy. That's his words, not mine. Neo the Asian, another streamer. When I went through what I could scrub out of these, they're not deleted. They're there. They're just like ghost accounts, and there's ways around that. And my buddy, who is a very famous podcaster and has employees and shit, I come up with ideas and I don't know where to look, or it may be somewhere I don't have access to, and he'll get it for me. And we have been able to compile a list going on the dark web ourselves. I will go to Iceland. I'll go to the end of the world to solve a case. Because they're children. We're literally wiping out, watching organized crimes wipe out entire populations of women and children that are who's gonna be left? Who is gonna be left? We're all being lied to. And I've heard all of y'all's complaints, all of your concerns. This case in particular, it is so chilling. It's not to me, but it should be to y'all. It is so chilling that everyone in his family, with the exception of his sister, which is now mortified. I can't say where she's at. Anyways, they all knew. They were there. His parents are pictured with her, with him, and his family. His brother, that is. Now, what's her name? Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Her cousin was like putting out like homemade missing flyer posters. When David saw that, allegedly, well, we allegedly think he told her to get the fuck home because she was home the very next morning. So the cousin knew how to communicate. He would get on social media. The cousin knew that she had a boyfriend named David. No last name. No, nothing about his family. Not where he came from. She said the only thing that her cousin has said, her family does not speak English, is that she got into, she's always like playing video games, and she got on streaming on Discord specifically. And that was reported. And so I'm thinking the audacity that this family has to ask the great state of Texas, we kick ass here. That shit was rejected so fucking fast. It was in the middle of the night, both of them. They all knew they had to move because of him. Then, in his first semester, he's done it. There was more than one victim in that incident, according to the school documents and the legal documents. Allegedly. They could be altered. I don't know. But there was more than one person reported there. After that, he becomes, what? Truth Maxine? Oh, I don't know what that is. Anyways. The reason I believe, just talking to the high-ranking attorneys that I know and police officers that I know, I live on a street full of police officers and undercovers. Don't come down this street. And don't do it. But in all seriousness, they could have gotten him on 50 million other charges right now and have him in jail. But the way the law works, he will never be labeled a pedophile in court. It'll always be the matter of a public opinion because there is no evidence, physical evidence that we know of. All of us, I have a little group of 4 people and we just network. We just stay at home. I'm disabled, 100% disabled. And I have a lot of issues. So I don't leave the house very often. My husband was like, stop staring at the TV and don't read cards. If they don't trust you by now, that's somebody that don't want to be helped. I said, you know what? You got a point. So, no tools, no tricks, just research, spidey senses, common sense, 40 plus years of, I hate saying that I was on the same trajectory if I didn't have a child in high school. I would have been going all the way to the top with criminal psychology, forensic, neurology, like fascinated with the brain because I don't understand how mine works. I don't. And I joined a clan with my family. And these things happen, right? Clans rule the world. I met some of the, I'm going to do a video on it. But I have to use their magical names because we were never allowed to know their real names. And I had to wait. It's a legal binding contract, and there's like a blood and a rope. Like, it was the whole thing. We didn't get unclothed or anything like they do in Pennsylvania. But I found my people. I found my people until I realized that some villagers were just there to pillage, if you will. So these groups are everywhere. They're on Discord. They're on Twitch. They're on every platform. Platforms I've never even heard of. They're everywhere. They started, well, if you want to join one of these groups, get on the dark web and search up, just type the number 764. And what pops up? If you're not used to that kind of gory content, Hollywood cannot make this shit up. People would be throwing up in the theaters. It's like when Hitchcock showed the town Psycho for the first time. I saw a fucking genius. Everybody else saw a crazy man, and they were throwing up and screaming and scared for their lives. We don't have that response anymore. Little girls are getting dismembered by people for fun. This is a sport. The Hunger Games, fucking Divergent. All these movies have been telling you. It's why I don't watch movies. I don't live in a world of imagination and fake shit. I read only fiction books. I mean, nonfiction, sorry. True crime. It has to be true crime, unless it's a rom-com, or the only time I'll step out of my comfort zone is for like espionage stuff. Because, again, I like the way people think. I'm much like Gerard Butler in that movie where he kills a dude and he goes to prison. He's like super smart. So this is my entire character. I mean, everybody here knows I was in the clan. Everybody here, I mean, I'm not putting no more credentials out there. What I am going to put out there is a goddamn disclaimer. Parents, if your kids are on any kind of platform and you see like comment, go see what they're on. There are young men being put in these schools just like plant industries or industry plants. And they blend in the schools and they are grooming your children. And then they get famous by cheating the system and hooking up with two goons that don't know anything about music is Fly By the Night, Mogul, whatever Vision Music shell company. Allegedly, in my opinion. They all knew. All of them. Both sets of parents, all the siblings, with the exception of the Burke daughter. The managers. This is why they're all fighting. Now they're running to court. Now they're asking for immunity. Now they're coming on social media saying, he's a dickhead. What are you, 12? He said it like 5 times. Neo posted. He said it 5 times in one post. Dickhead, 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 dickhead. That's not even a word that comes to mind when I'm thinking of a serial killer who preys and grooms on young children and then forces them to hurt themselves. That's where it starts. They start, but like I said, he likes to pinch and see how much pressure it takes and how much pain you can take before you start to bleed. That is sadistic as fuck. And it is a sport. I knew right off the rip that you were working with somebody. He didn't do this for the first time. He wouldn't have been able to stomach it. All them skinny little boys, they all need to eat some food. It would have taken, I'm guessing, 4 people, 3. But my spidey senses say 4 people helped dismember that girl. They don't have pounds per, they don't have the torque. What's it called? Pounds per, putty! He knows what it's called. Pressures per, he'll come and tell me. You know what? They don't have enough torque. He's playing with the dog. They don't have enough torque to cut through an actual bone. You can practice on cadavers all you want. When it comes to actual bone, just look at the big bone. I get my dog bones from the feed store. It'd take him a week to just get the tip off. That's an animal bone. We have the same fucking structures. We're animals. We just stand up. That's it. That's it. We're more evolutionized. That's all. But we're still Homo sapiens. For those who didn't learn good science and biology, don't let your kids talk to people that you haven't asked questions about. If your kid comes home and has a Band-Aid on, or maybe has a weird bruise, or they're doing shit out of the ordinary, fighting with their friends, because the friends are the telltale signs. Because the friends are going to be the ones that are telling her, bitch, you're stupid. What are you doing? He's making you hurt yourself? That's the game. That's the premise of this cult. To lure them in with hot dudes using OnlyFans and the dark web, and they go to your schools. So they go to the high schools, and then they're recruiting the junior highs. These are facts, people. I'm going to say allegedly just because of legal purposes. But this is not my opinion. This is stuff I actually found. Now, the information may be alleged. I don't know. I'm just a messenger. He is, in my opinion, a serial killer. And I think in my opinion, in my professional opinion, that's why the lower men on the totem pole, like Neo, like Asia, Celeste Herrera hasn't been named yet. I don't think she will. You can't go to jail just because you knew you were a decoy. She didn't interact with Celeste. There's pictures of her where they're having some kind of get together. There's drugs, alcohol, and Celeste, you can see her Hello Kitty stuff over here. Hello Kitty. Do y'all remember that? Hello Kitty. It is a scam. I actually collect Coroni. I love Coroni. I even had a license plate personalized it, Coroni. But Hello Kitty, how many young girls like Hello Kitty? Hello Kitty is the new Lisa Frank. You have to ask questions. I go to the doctor and I see a pregnant mom huffing and puffing, playing Bejeweled, and the kid with an iPad. And the volume turned way up. But you give it to them so they shut up and leave you alone. If you do that too long, they go and find other adults that make them feel wanted. Then they're completely brainwashed, manipulated, and they turn these girls and boys against their families, which makes them hurt themselves more because this cult, the sole purpose is to get you to harm yourself as much as possible on screen. And then you have to send proof of your assignment, if you will, and you get these points. There's a point system. You earn bodies. It is sick. It is fuck Epstein. Who gives a fuck about Epstein? Billionaires are still doing this. Everybody that pay attention to your kids. If you don't learn anything from this long ass video, learn this. This motherfucker has been living 15 miles away from my daughter in my home, luring girls for his gory movie fantasies. They filmed this shit. He is slapping us in the face. When my daughter played that song, I had a real visceral reaction. And I came home and started reading this mofo's lyrics. But musical, I'm going to say quote unquote artist, because that motherfucker ain't an artist at shit. He can't even twerk right. This case, unfortunately, in my professional opinion, if one of you was my client, these are my two scenarios. Scenario A, she is compiling and offering deals because she doesn't have he's been doing this since he started experimenting with this when he was 6 years old, living in Brooklyn. And he continued to do it until they had to move here. And he continued to do it. As soon as he got here, he was already on Discord with chicks here in Houston. He was already getting them ready. This takes trafficking to a whole other level, because the creator, whoever you're, okay, so my last zip code, where I worked, I don't ever like people knowing where I live. Where I worked, downtown at the hospital, 004. If I wanted to start one of these sadistic groups, that would be the name of my group. And I would go around and recruit hot high school dudes, ripped. They even use adults. But you can take a young person's mind, it's still pliable, and manipulate them like putty. And then when your kids start acting funny, you're just like, they're just having a bad day. All the while, they're running in their room to get on there to earn some fucking points. But the only way to earn points is to harm yourself. And the more gore, the more points. This is not his first kill. Not at all. And the latest piece of information to come out is a video. If you thought the romantic homicide video was bad enough, he is best friends with a guy who has come up now. We didn't know anything about this guy. I'm not going to put his name out there yet. I want to know that he's going to at least be questioned. He made a movie. He wanted to be a filmmaker. That's where this all is fascinating to young girls. I don't subscribe to Spotify. Something about it always gave me the ick. And now I know why. They find these low-level artists, throw a couple of $1,000s behind them, zhuzh them up, get them to sell a sad story, whether it's real or not, and we're going to make you a superstar. They've been doing it since the dawn of time. That's what happened with David. I think, we know he only got found on Spotify. And I looked up, and other podcasters have looked up the statistics. They're still there. 97.4 were girls under the age of 18. I just work here. And in the the short movie that this guy was trying to pimp out here in Austin, South by Southwest, literally depicts the court papers. Like, he read the script and then went and acted it out. And I've said from the beginning, just seeing him with Hello Kitty and the different ways he makes himself appear to be younger at times and then older at times, he has to keep up this facade to keep them interested. So if you're not following this case, you should. I'm praying that Beth Silverman thinks like me, and she's going to arrest him on his birthday on the 28th. I could be wrong. I'm never wrong about my work. But my personal little bitty heart in there that beats. My dog is lonely. Wants her. She named him the target of murder. on Valentine's Day. We all thought he was going to get arrested that day. Then they had the whole Neo thing. Neo went in and cooperated. He is now on the list of people that is going to snitch. She's going after each one. She is targeting each one. And I'm fucking here for it. Because she may be one of the only people that gives a shit about minority children missing in the streets of Los Angeles and all the way south to the border and into the border. She's probably the only one that cares about your kids. Because I see this all the time. If it was, a couple of parents here, there, in another city, you're not going to catch everything bad that goes on in your kid's life. But in the event that 222, we're going to claim it. In the event, God forbid, you get the knock on the door that her parents did, you come back to this video and listen to the part on the last 60 seconds of this video where I beg you, we're going to continue to fight because that's what we do. I don't work in the medical sector anymore. I got lupus. I got blessed because I found my calling. I love to heal people with food, not medicine, but most importantly, saving the kids. All of these kids around here. There's even some random chick that I gave a house key to. And her and my daughter aren't even friends anymore. These kids in this community know the De Leon door is always open. And we always have food. We always have room. We always have blankets, pillows. You need a toothbrush. What you need. What do you need? And half the time, only that one kid and his whack-ass grandma. All the other kids, they're now graduating. Not saying that my husband and I are saints, but I'm so thankful that my two best friends in high school had parents that looked at me and listened to my story as unbelievable and as much as they thought I was full of shit until they witnessed it firsthand. I'd probably be dead or in prison trying to survive. Somebody will take care of your kids. If you don't, there's always parents like me. And download the Nextdoor app. Put your location in there. Know what's going on around you. Get off this live and go look up sex offenders in your neighborhood. Make sure around here, we cover up the curb. There's red on the curb. But in Texas, everybody's going to know your business. And the one didn't know anything about Texas. And he learned real quick. So, parents, if you haven't hugged your kids today, If you haven't talked to your kids today, tomorrow's a new day. It's not promised. Try again tomorrow. Okay? You can only do what you can do as far as physicality, materials, hygiene. You can do create, parent, teach, grow, old, right? But around here in the slope, this is where your kids are getting stuck, right? Think of a skateboard pike. They're going like this. You kick them out, it's time to leave the nest. You know, pissed me off for the last time. Your 10, 11, 12-year-olds that are getting bullied at school, they're looking for a support system, right? And they're going over here like, Mom, Dad, no, and then they come back down. And then they do that enough times where they're up here, where the audience is, right? The audience is up here cheering for the skateboarder. Ooh, look at him go, doing a kickflip, do your ollie. What happened to the other one? You were so distracted by the main dude's tricks. The girl was doing the same tricks, but you were so distracted paying attention to the wrong motherfucker, and now your kid's gone forever. I hope you share this. Goodbye. I don't want to talk about David no more. This has been a long time coming. That's why it's a 3-hour video. A lot of research went into this. This has been a hard one, for sure. But his family is out of here. And us netizens will do our best to try to let y'all know where he lands next. But I want Beth Silverman to arrest the parents as co-conspirators, because he has been doing this on record since he was 6 years old. His parents have known he was a sadistic fuck since he was 6, and they've been covering up for him. And fuck alleged. There are documents that prove it. Now, if the documents are AI, well, this was all in my opinion and alleged. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. That is correct. In a court of law. But please believe, where's Casey Anthony these days? Oh, I know. She lives in an apartment complex about 15 miles east of Nashville, Tennessee. I don't just follow the cases through the trials. When people like this get off with these plea deals, it's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. There's no justice for the victims. None. Just a bunch of horrible written descriptive pages and documents and pictures, videos of your child being mutilated. Is that really what you want to see? That's what they're going to show you when, God forbid, something like this rock your neighborhood. They will put those pictures in your face. In your face. And then they're going to say, where were you? Where were you? Parenting is not an 18-year job. I'm going to say it again. Parenting is not an 18-year job. From the moment you find out your HCG levels tell you that you are pregnant, your brain should switch and say, everything changes. You are growing and are responsible and accountable for that fetus until it passes away. And hopefully you go first. Celeste Rivas Hernandez is not the only child that this kind of, the heinousness of this crime, the FBI 764, they're on their radar. You can go look it up. 764, the cult, it's real. FBI has, they put out information about them all the time. And that's how netizens were able to link his Discord to his group. 337s. He's literally been laughing in everyone's faces in the name of art. Well, in the beginning, I said this was life imitating art. Maybe it goes both ways. Like him. I just work here. Until my next episode, I'm trying to, my Koberger episode is going to be, everything that I talk about is controversial on purpose. I need people to be uncomfortable. I want you to be uncomfortable because that evokes emotion. Just the emotion of you getting pissed off or annoyed or wanting to put a hate comment. Use that little blip of energy. Go take your kid to do something nice. And especially when they're in elementary and junior high, if you're not working, if you got time, if you're not on bed rest, get in the habit of dropping off and picking up your kid from school. If your kid is talking to anyone more than one grade above her, cut that shit off. And on all the documentaries, I told her to stop going over there. You know what the fuck I do? I will go over there and drag you by your hair. My aunt did that to my cousin and beat the shit out of her in the parking lot. We don't play around here. It's not just Hispanic culture. It's Texas. We don't mess with Texas. It's for a reason. That family is not going to be able to live here. They have to move. So I'm waiting for them. They need to be co-conspirators, in my opinion. Colleen's name is on every document, on his incident reports. And those are the three that involve girls. He has a rap sheet. In the criminal work, he's got a thick jacket. He's got a rap sheet. Animals, dolls. It's just wild. I know this is tough to hear. The paper is on the LA County Sheriff's Department website. Click on the Burke case. It is an actual case now, thanks to his job. Oh, man. I hope they put him in jail and he become a jailhouse lawyer. Yeah. Criminals will know what I'm talking about. Because he'll be getting the ass whooping for the rest of his time in there. Because he gives the worst advice. He has been protecting his son the whole time. And moved one time to the wrong state. Just like they, if I was in Florida at the time, I would have been over there with old Kaylee Anthony. This is so serious. I try to take breaks and ramble to lighten the load of information that I was fixing to give you. And in the form of storytelling, it's not really my thing. What does it want me to do? Drag what? Drag the slider. What? To fit the puzzle. Huh? Oh, I've been on here forever. I had to slide a puzzle. But in all seriousness, I have not come across a case like this. All killers have a support system, with the exception of a killer that worked alone, lived under an alias, had all of his stuff. He was just fake. He was the fakest of the fake. And he was a serial killer. He would come into the United States via Washington, and he would just randomly put what he called death kits. They were buckets filled with everything you would need to, fulfill your hobbies. And he is known as the thrill killer. That case still haunts me. His interviews, you come across some crazy people doing this. And this is all my life's work has been true crime, marching, being an activist, dragging my kids through marches, being a voice for those who can't speak because they're missing and or passed on. Even when they're passed on, then we have to find closure for the family. This is not a case that I pray her cousin is the only one that stays in communication. And even him, rightfully so, they are pissed. I would have already been in jail breaking windows and no. She was found September 8th. What? We're halfway through March. But we knew the only person to do this job is Beth Silverman. She hasn't lost a death penalty case yet. She will not offer a plea deal to David. That's for damn sure. The managers and David, they're not getting out of this at all. I say that in my opinion. I'm manifesting for all of them to go down. They all knew about her. They all knew how old she was. And even if they didn't, she looked her age. Actually, she looked younger. But you know what? She felt more protected and comforted by these adult people making gory films and supplying you with all the Hello Kitty you can handle. But he didn't. On the last Discord, the whole video has been released now. It's 8 minutes long, where him and her are on the Discord, and she's like trying to cover her face, and he was like, that's controversial. She was like, the whole video is now released. It's on YouTube. Go find it. The whole 8 minutes of that last Discord with him and her, we only had, I think it was like 20 seconds of it. They're working behind the scenes, people. The whole 8-minute video has been released. And in the video, she says, what's controversial? He's like giving her this look, like he ain't playing around. And he just gives her a look. He don't say anything. He got like 30,000 people in the fucking chat. And he looked at her, and D4VD went out the window. David Anthony Burke showed up real quick. And he just gave her this look. And she was like, it's controversial to talk about killing children? That's not alleged. It's not, in my opinion. That's fact. And then he looks over at her and he says, you can't say that. I trained you better than that. I'm just the messenger. All of the stuff that I said is fact. Non-alleged, not my opinion. Beth Silverman is doing what she knows to do best. Let her do her job. And go back to focusing on your jobs as parents, as neighbors. Everyone should know their neighbors. And if they have kids, get to know their kids. We have to go out of our phones and our houses like we used to in the 80s. Get to know each other. This shit is happening in rich communities. It's happening in rich communities. And they're targeting vulnerable, latchkey, young girls. Alcohol sounds fun. Drugs sound fun. Parties sound fun when you're homeless and your family sucks. Maybe he's just going to teach me a little bondage. Okay, I saw 50 Shades of Grey. You will make up every excuse in your mind as to why you're allowing this to happen and why you're doing it to yourself as well. By that point, it's too late. And where are your fucking parents? I say that out loud in the store all the time. If I see a young kid, any little kid, toddlers, I love them. But if you're running around HEB or Sam's, I am going to look at you like this with my glasses falling off, and I'm going to be, where is your mother or father? And I have them take me to them. And I said, your son or daughter was over there doing XYZ. 2 weeks ago, there was an incident at Sam's. I followed until that girl was by herself, and I took a video of the license plate, the truck. What I witnessed was trafficking. She noticed that I was following them. I parked right next to them. Nobody was at Sam's that early. I'm with the premium people. So I wanted him to move out of the way because I had already peeped seen on the abuse and the grooming and the manipulation that I was witnessing. That's not even the lane I park on. There was so much parking. But I put my blinker on and I stared at him. She did not want to turn around from the truck bed. So, long story short, I followed them. And I was only there for 4 items. I followed them. I knew at some point, if I stayed there long enough, I could get a chance to talk to her. And you don't touch them. Don't ever, if you suspect that a female or a male, if you suspect trafficking, never touch the person. I don't like to be touched. I have a very visceral reaction. I am an abused person. They are abused constantly, day and night, night and day. No one to save them. Where the fuck are the parents? Probably don't even know the kid's missing. Half of them here in Houston are on meth or heroin. And now Mexico's pushing fentanyl. Whatever. Whatever? That's what people say here. Whatever. Or the real good one, the parents that are like, well, as long as they do it in the garage. I was those parents, not me. My parents were those parents. They didn't give a fuck what we did, as long as we did it at the house. When I ran away, my parents didn't give a fuck where I was. Didn't even look for me. Didn't call the cops. Nothing. And the first time I left home, I was 10. And I walked what seemed like forever to where my friend's mom was a cashier at the store. And I lived with her for over a year. And my parents never knew where I was. Never. They found out a way to contact me. I went back a couple of times. The abuse was worse. And I felt so bad leaving my brother and my sisters behind. But I couldn't do it. And I vowed to always, my parents, as fucked up as they were, and my parents were fucked up, but they always knew what we were up to. They always knew they could get a hold of us if they really wanted to. And if we really wanted to contact them, which we didn't, the phone works both ways. Apple Watches, smartwatches, they work both ways. Anything you have on you that is a device works both ways. So does love. And what I'm seeing right now, in this case, it's perfect case to highlight it. This girl's been running away since she was 11. And it only took 4 years. She only lived, an hour away from where her family was? 4 years. She only went back home that one time. And then you see her the next day. That's the video where she's running from around the liquor store. And then you see her get in to a car and take off. It was happening right there at the corner of her home street. And all her parents knew. She had a boyfriend named David. Thanks for listening, guys. I know it's heavy stuff, but it needs to be heavy to evoke emotion, to inspire change. I see you next.